Ding. You have read 10 volumes and gained a year of cultivation. You have obtained 1 Sword Dao deduction chance. You have received a breakthrough pill. Lin put down the book in his hand and looked at the earnest youth before him who carried a bundle on his back. Lin Fan, are you truly willing to remain in this library wasting the prime of your youth on these books? Lin Fan was slightly taken aback, looking somewhat resigned. Reading cultivates wisdom, nature, and virtue. Martial strength can pacify the world from horseback, while literature can enlighten the world. In my view, there is no difference between the two. Hearing this, the youth's face showed even more disappointment. Do you even remember that you are the young lord of the Xuanhuang Prince Manor? The Xuanhuang Prince Manor no longer exists, Lin Fan said. The Xuanhuang Prince single-handedly drove 90,000 miles into the barbarian domain, slaying countless barbarians and protecting our tens of millions of humans. Such heroic spirit, how have you not learned even a fraction of it? But he is still dead, Lin Fan said, his expression calm. Over the years, he had heard these words many times. A dog's son from a general's door, that was likely what they called him. Lin Fan, I truly feel sorry for the Xuanhuang Prince, the youth said. All the heroes of the world enlisted to follow the Xuanhuang Prince, fighting for humanity. As his son, you only wish to hide in this library. Are you worthy of the Xuanhuang Prince? The day the Xuanhuang Prince fell in battle, the entire manor followed him to death. Such tragic heroism. How could it produce a wretch like you who only seeks to survive? Reading. What use is reading so many books? The youth said angrily, his face filled with disappointment. Then he turned and left. Lin Fan watched his retreating figure and shook his head slightly. Reading is naturally useful. Lin Fan looked at the system panel. Name: Lin Fan, age 27, cultivation first level of the heavenly human realm, talent unrivaled through the ages, Sword Dao deduction chances 11 and used, destruction origin enlightenment chances 1 and used, thunder origin enlightenment chances 1 and used. Reading can also achieve the heavenly human realm. The Xuanhuang Great World is a realm of 10,000 races where martial might is revered. The cultivation stages are body refinement, spirit connection, core formation, divine platform, divine communication, creation, heavenly human, Dao, severance, saint, great saint, quasi-emperor, and emperor. The heavenly human realm is already the pinnacle within the 9 provinces of humanity. With no saints among humans, the Dao severance realm is already a human emperor, and there are only 9 such figures across the 9 provinces. Among the 10,000 races, humanity barely ranks within the top 100. The so-called 9 provinces of humanity are merely a corner of this world. The province Lin Fan resides in is Qingzhou, one of the 9 provinces of humanity, under the control of the Great Tang Empire. With external threats and internal strife, the situation of humanity is dire. I never knew humanity was so weak. He had been in the library for 7 years. From what he heard and saw regarding the large and small battles between humans and alien races, humanity lost 9 out of 10 battles. The territory of humanity also shrank with each defeat. The only major victory was 7 years ago, when his father repelled the barbarians in the south of Great Tang. However, the final result was the annihilation of the entire Xuanhuang Prince Manor. In the 20 years he had been in this world, he had only seen his father a few times, as he was always away on campaigns. No wonder he was so revered. The vast 9 provinces do not have a single saint. Even saints wouldn't be enough, at least an emperor is required. Losing is fine as long as we haven't been destroyed yet. Lin Fan looked back at the library behind him. Fortunately, there were enough books. In 7 years, he had only read less than 1/10. Time to slowly develop. Just 1 barbarian race was enough to put humanity in a precarious position, let alone the more powerful races eyeing them covetously. Who knew how many strong beings were hidden among those races? The heavenly human realm is far from enough. Although the library is remote, its advantage lies in its tranquility, and most importantly, safety. Geniuses are common, but how many survive? Most are eliminated right after they emerge. Years ago, Great Tang produced a so-called genius unseen in 300 years, who had reached the core formation realm in his 20s. But within a few days, he died mysteriously in his own mansion. The imperial court was shaken and ordered the Daoicide to conduct a thorough investigation. They investigated for a while, but eventually the case was shelved without resolution. Lin Fan, one of the 3 surviving descendants of the Xuanhuang Prince Manor, arrived at the Great Tang imperial capital 7 years ago, entered the library. Does not favor cultivation, enjoys reading. Current cultivation. First level of body refinement realm. Threat assessment 9th grade. Recommendation: discontinue monitoring. Outside the library, a middle-aged man in a gray robe quietly watched Lin Fan through the window and wrote these words on a letter in his hand. He frowned, seemingly sensing something, and his form dissipated. A short time later, another elderly man arrived. He stood outside the library for a long time, hesitated for a long time, and finally let out a long sigh. Perhaps the princess consort named you Lin Fan, hoping you would be an ordinary person to live a peaceful life like this. That is also good. At least you have preserved the bloodline of the Prince Manor. The Xuanhuang Prince Manor has this old servant. With you and the other 2 young masters it is enough. He spoke, then respectfully bowed towards the library and left. Lin Fan stood in front of a row of bookshelves. Hearing the old man's words, he paused slightly, but soon immersed himself back in his book. Reading could make him stronger, but he also genuinely loved reading. Because of his identity as the young lord of the Xuanhuang Prince Manor, many people kept an eye on him. The major aristocratic families of Great Tang, the imperial family, and the spies of alien races planted in the Tang capital. There were too many. However, they gradually withdrew. Lin Fan's life was too simple, monotonous, reading, eating, and sleeping through spring, summer, autumn, and winter, year after year, showing no signs of threat. Many alien races had only 2 words for Lin Fan: mediocre. Spring passed and winter came again. The youth who left the library finally sent back news, but it was news of his death. Another race, the Stone Race, had joined the siege against humanity. He died on the battlefield against the Stone Race. A part of Great Tang's borders was eroded again. It was unknown how many humans were massacred, but such things were commonplace. In the war of 10,000 races, it was simply the survival of the fittest. Creak. The gate before the library courtyard was pushed open a crack, and a dark figure crawled in through the gap, then darted to hide in the snow. A pair of eyes peered out, surveying the scene in the library courtyard. A 9-story tall library stood in the center, surrounded by gray stone walls, several people high enclosing the library. The courtyard was covered in snow. Weeds and vines grew by the walls, seemingly unswept for a long time. A withered banyan tree stood beside the library. A reclining chair was under the tree, a small table beside it, with a pot of tea emitting wispy steam. A young man in white lay quietly in the chair. Someone is there. The dark figure pressed himself lower into the snow. He could just barely make out that it was a young boy, thin, with tattered clothes stained with blood. A low, steadied breath sounded. The young man relaxed slightly. This person had fallen asleep. He lay still for a while longer, then confirmed that the man in the recliner had indeed fallen asleep. Sidling sideways, he crept step by step into the library. At last I'm in the library. His fists clenched as he gazed at the dazzling array of books. Here there must be cultivation methods and martial skills. If he could train, he would defy fate and escape his current plight. In the courtyard before the library, Lin Fan opened his eyes. He took a gentle sip of tea, then picked up a book and began to read slowly. Another half-year had passed, and his cultivation had already reached the 4th level of the Heavenman realm. How could he fail to notice a youth merely at the 1st level of body refining? After a moment, Lin Fan looked out into the courtyard. A little girl, only 7 or 8 years old, wrapped in tattered clothes, was shivering in the snow. Lin Fan shook his head. "Come in, little one." Hearing the voice, the child opened her bleary eyes, scanned her surroundings, and her gaze was full of wariness. A chill wind gusted, making the little girl shiver. She looked at the library before her, hesitated for a moment, and finally walked toward it. Pushing open the door, her eyes fell upon the towering library building, and then upon the figure beneath the banyan tree, clad in spotless white, smiling at her. She was stunned for a moment. "Where is my brother?" she asked after a long pause. Lin Fan smiled slightly and pointed to the library. Inside. The little girl was dazed. She lowered her head. She knew why they had come. Her brother was here to steal books, and she was supposed to keep watch. Big brother, we didn't mean to. It's just... She tried to explain, not daring to look at the person before her. Her cheeks flushed, and she bowed her head even lower. A cup of hot tea was placed in her hand. The long-absent warmth startled her, and she looked up at the person before her. He had somehow come to stand in front of her. Under the moonlight, his white robes fluttered slightly, and the smile in his eyes calmed her fluttering heart. "Are you cold?" She stared blankly for a long time before nodding. Lin Fan chuckled softly and patted her head. "Wait here for a while. He should need some more time." She nodded blankly. After long days of wandering and fleeing, she felt settled at this very moment. Looking at the man before her, she lost herself. After a long while, about the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, the youth emerged from the library clutching a few yellowed books. His face was filled with barely contained excitement. But when he saw the scene in the courtyard, he froze. His sister. He had told her to wait outside, yet she was now standing beside the young man in the recliner under the banyan tree holding a cup of tea. The curling steam from the tea sank his heart to the bottom. Instantly his eyes turned sharp. Like a protective leopard, he lunged at the man in the recliner. Though only 14, he had already killed more than one. Only by such means could he have led his sister all the way from the border to this place. "Brother." Her call reached his ears. He focused on his sister and saw panic on her face. He sidestepped, swept his sister into his arms, and shielded her behind him. "What do you want?" He stared at the youth in the recliner, his face grim. He had inquired about this library. It belonged to the imperial family of Great Tang. Once guarded by a condensed core cultivator, now only a man at the body refining level stayed here. He was the orphan son of the Xuanhuang king, who once drove the barbarians back 90,000 li. Out of respect for the prince's merits, the imperial family had entrusted this library to him. He was merely a scholar, not a cultivator. That was what everyone said. So though he had been discovered, he was not afraid, only worried for his sister. If he killed the heir of the Xuanhuang king's mansion, he would be hunted by the entire Great Tang royal family, and then he could no longer protect his sister. Moreover, he knew there was a formation in the library. Only by that could a mere body-refining cultivator guard this place. Once activated, even a transcendent or condensed core cultivator would find it hard to escape. Lin Fan raised his head and looked at him. The Thunder Spirit Art and Thunder Sword Manual. Though merely yellow-grade low-tier techniques, they are not easy to cultivate. Have you thought it through? Lin Fan spoke. Qin Ming's heart shook violently as he stared straight at Lin Fan. How did he know? He had indeed chosen those two books, one a cultivation method, one a martial skill. But wasn't Lin Fan outside the library? I don't understand these things, but I know that thunder is the most violent force in heaven and earth, and the sword is the most powerful art of attack. So I will learn this. He took a deep breath. Knowing that the person before him was no ordinary, his voice carried respect. A person like that would not care about small fry like them, perhaps. He was just a bit of seasoning for his boring life. Lin Fan smiled. Thunder, also known as divine punishment, is indeed the ultimate offensive force in the world. Yet what is too rigid is easily broken, and it is the hardest to control. One misstep, and you will perish body and soul. The sword is likewise. Among the myriad great Daos, the sword is the ultimate in offense. The most people cultivate it, yet it is the most difficult. Are you sure you want to choose this path? Lin Fan asked again. He paused a moment of hesitation, then nodded, his face firm. I choose this path. Lin Fan looked at him and nodded slightly. Why do you cultivate? Another question. Qin Ming looked at Lin Fan, paused, then his pupils contracted. To take revenge. My parents and relatives all died in the barbarian massacre of our city. If one day I can, I will do as the Xuanhuang king did, charge 90,000 li into barbarian lands and bathe the earth in blood. Lin Fan fell silent. He had heard such words too many times since entering the Great Tang capital. The barbarians still dwelt south of Tang, yet No one could shake them anymore. Take these 2 books back. Come again tomorrow. After a long pause, Lin Fan said. Qin Ming was stunned, not understanding Lin Fan's meaning. But Lin Fan did not explain. He turned to the little girl with drowsy eyes and smiled. And you, little one, what do you want to learn? The little girl looked confused, glancing at her brother, and then at Lin Fan. Did she have to cultivate too? Qin Ming was stunned, a glimmer of expectation on his face. I want to learn the Qin, she said softly. Qin Ming was taken aback. Learn the Qin? What use was that? The Qin and Song maidens. In everyone's ingrained impression, these were things learned by women in pleasure houses, lowly arts that could never be considered a path of cultivation. Good, come again at the same time tomorrow, Lin Fan said with a smile, then turned to look at Qin Ming beside him. All skills in the world can lead to the Dao without distinction of high or low. Who says learning the Qin is a trivial pursuit? A single melody can compose the glorious chapter of the human race. Skills distinguish people, and so does the Dao. On the cold frost-covered night, these simple words opened a new door in the hearts of the 2 youths. No one had ever spoken such words to them before, nor would anyone have done so in the past. The Dao is not to be taken lightly. Remember these words. Lin Fan said, stretching lazily, then picked up a book and walked toward the Ninastery pavilion. The 2 stood there staring blankly at his receding figure, lost in a daze. After a long while, the 2 left the courtyard, closed the gate behind them, and walked into the heavy snow. Brother, will we come back tomorrow? Do you want to? Yes. Then we'll come again tomorrow. No one could have imagined that amidst this icy wilderness the fates of a boy and a little girl would undergo a cataclysmic transformation. In the library, Lin Fan opened the 2 books the boy had previously perused. The Thunder Spirit Art and Thunderbolt Sword Manual. He had glanced at these books before but never delved deep. They were merely written by a cultivator at the core condensation stage and held little value. Since they were useless, he would create a thunder art himself. Thunder Sword. After about half a day, Lin Fan closed the book and murmured. Then he gazed at the distant sky, a vast sea of thunder surging in his pupils. Activate the opportunity to comprehend the origin of thunder. Most cultivators comprehend the Tao of thunder by observing thunder and lightning in the natural world, gleaning a fragment of its true essence. Lin Fan, however, immersed himself directly in the very origin of thunder. A world of pure thunder where the Tao was singular, and every inch of void was composed of lightning. This was the primordial realm of thunder, the ultimate destination of the universe. Lin Fan's consciousness manifested there. The system did not merely instill thunderous insights into his mind, it placed him in this origin realm to comprehend on his own. And Lin Fan's talent was unparalleled through the ages. The Prince of Zenon's mansion had 3 sons, and he, the youngest, was honored as the heir. Even after the mansion was destroyed, various factions kept him under surveillance for years. This was all because of his talent, and this was despite the Prince of Zenon's mansion concealing most of his abilities. After the system awakened, his talent was elevated once more. The system's appraisal of him was unparalleled through the ages, and his talent continued to strengthen as his cultivation advanced. He was a host who needed no forced infusion of insights from the system. Such infusion would only be inferior to his own comprehension. The night passed silently. When the first ray of dawn fell upon Lin Fan, he opened his eyes, and a flicker of lightning vanished from his gaze. Even without the cultivation bestowed by the system, Lin Fan's power naturally broke through the 5th level of the transcendent realm. There is still the Tao of the sword and the Tao of the Qin, and I must fuse the Tao of thunder with the sword. Lin Fan said, a smile spreading across his face. He retrieved 2 more books from the pavilion. One was the Thunderbolt Sword Manual, and the other was the Wind and Moon Qin Score. 2 very ordinary books. Outside the library, someone recorded Lin Fan's activities for the day, as if punching a time card, then departed. Morning reading. 2 books written by low-level cultivators. No cultivation practiced. Cultivation remains at the 1st level of body refining. Recommendation: cease surveillance. He didn't understand why he had to monitor a waste here. Every day he made recommendations, but the response was always the same 4 words. Continue surveillance. Once many people had been stationed outside this library, now only he remained. He had gone from daily check-ins to monthly ones. Since every day was the same, he could just copy and paste. Would I be stuck watching him for the rest of my life? Would I be freed if he died? This thought crossed his mind more than once, but he never dared act on it. Though he was a waste, he was still the heir of the Prince of Zenon's mansion. He could be neglected, but he must not die. However, he wouldn't be coming anymore. The higher-ups had stopped inquiring about Lin Fan, likely having forgotten his existence entirely. Who would want to read the same report every day? The Great Tang was teeming with geniuses. It wasn't worth investing energy here. Sword! At some moment Lin Fan suddenly extended a finger and traced a line in the void. The space before him tore like paper, and the raging wind and snow froze in an instant. Among the myriad Daoists, Lin Fan loved the sword the most. The system, as if knowing his thoughts, granted him numerous opportunities to behold the origin of the sword, elevating his swordsmanship to an unfathomable level. As for exactly how powerful he had become, perhaps only the human emperor of the Great Tang could test it. Fusing thunder into the sword seems not so difficult, Lin Fan said with a smile. No one had ever taught him swordsmanship. His every move came from his heart. Just as now, he felt his swordsmanship lacked something, and integrating thunder could perfectly fill the gap, so he did it. It still seems imperfect. What if I integrate ice and snow as well? Lin Fan looked at the swirling blizzard, then shook his head with a smile. No rush. Now he would study the Dao of the Qin. He found a Qin in the library, worn but still playable, and with a score and the instrument, he began to play amidst the endless snow. He knew nothing of the Qin, having only heard of it before. This was his first encounter. But since the little one wanted to learn, he would learn as well. The music evolved from initial awkwardness to a growing sense of feeling, then entered a state of transcendence, until the very snow and ice of the entire world seemed to dance to its melody. The Qin sound entered the Dao, resonating with heaven and earth. Enough. As the music faded, Lin Fan took a sip of warm tea, sighed contentedly, and returned to the Dynasty Library. He took out a few sheets of paper and began to write. He wrote 1 page on the Thunderbolt Sword Dao and another on the Dao of the Qin. 2 pages in total, 2 legacies. I hope the 2 little ones can read. He hadn't even asked their names or backgrounds, though he sensed their origins were likely not humble. Lin Fan shook his head slightly. Teaching them a few things, Lin Fan had no idea what this casual act would change. He simply found it interesting and did it. With the oppression of foreign races and the weakness of humanity, if someone could shoulder that burden, his own life might become more peaceful. That must be the reason. He just didn't want to be disturbed. Having clarified this, Lin Fan smiled faintly and continued reading. Time slipped by unnoticed. When Lin Fan next looked out from the library, night had fallen. The snow fell thicker, yet 2 figures, one large, one small, grew increasingly distinct outside the building. They supported each other, shivering in the biting wind and snow. But when they looked up at the distant library, a resolute expression appeared on their faces. This must be his test, Qin Ming said. His small frame seemed as if each step would be his last, yet he never stopped, a testament to a boy's perseverance. Perhaps to grow stronger, or perhaps for something else. Pushing open the grand doors of the library, snow fell in a flurry. The library, deeply hidden on the verdant mountain beside the Tang Imperial Palace, saw not a single visitor for a month. The Tang royal family had more than this one library. Deep within the palace stood an even more magnificent edifice, housing all manner of martial arts secrets, a place that drew the world's eager seekers. This was a forgotten place. Qin Ming pays respects to master. Qin Ge pays respects to master. A large figure and a small one supporting each other knelt before the youth on the library steps. They had wandered all the way, stumbling into the imperial city, only to find that time had turned it into a place utterly transformed from their memories. In the vast Tang capital, there was no place for them to call home. Here, perhaps, lay hope. On the steps, Lin Fan, clad in white, held a book and gazed at them silently. The ancient pavilion, the falling snow, the entire world seemed to form his backdrop. "You've come," Lin Fan said, a smile spreading across his face. "You can read, can't you?" 2 pages drifted from his hand, landing in theirs. They took the paper, feeling the still damp ink, and stood dazed. "The Thunder Sword Dao. The Dao of the Zither." The words met their eyes, and their minds were instantly absorbed. A thunderclap seemed to roar in Qin Ming's mind. His spirit shaken in a trance, he saw a bolt of lightning cleave the heavens, splitting the world in 2. Each character seemed to transform into sword in tint, making the page almost too heavy to hold. Beside him, Qin Gu was the same, her young cheeks flushed slightly. A formless zither melody sounded in their ears. Within that single page seemed to lie the myriad powers of the zither way, naturally giving birth to worlds of music. "This." They looked up at Lin Fan again, faces full of awe. At that moment, the paper in their hands felt as heavy as Mount Tai. This was a supreme inheritance. "Do you understand?" Lin Fan's voice sounded in their ears. They nodded hastily, but then shook their heads. "It's enough that you recognize the words." Lin Fan said, a twig coming into his hand. He looked at Qin Ming. "Watch this sword stroke. If one day your sword can reach its essence, you will be unrivaled in this world." Using the twig as a sword, he struck. The falling snow froze midair, and a bolt of lightning tore through the sky, shaking the entire Tang capital. Powerful figures emerged one after another, yet none could discern the origin of this anomaly. "It seems someone in the capital has broken through. Perhaps one of the 4 great clan patriarchs, or someone in the palace. The path of thunder is not widely cultivated. Still, this is good news for the Tang. The vast Tang has only the Tang Emperor as a Dao Severance realm expert. If we had another, our kingdom would not be so beleaguered. But this doesn't look like the sign of a Dao Severance breakthrough." A single sword stroke, and the capital was shaken. Before the library, Qin Ming stared at the heavens, utterly stupefied. "A bit too flashy," Lin Fan muttered, watching the scene. He had only struck a casual blow, never expecting such a commotion. He would have to be more restrained next time. Qin Ming withdrew his gaze from the sky, coming to his senses only after a long while. He looked at Lin Fan again, unable to suppress a deep breath. How powerful was he? A sword that could cleave the heavens, and it was just a casual stroke. "Remember it. In the future, train according to this sword. But when you go out, never say I taught you. It was your own talent, your own insight," Lin Fan said. Qin Ming, still stunned, nodded. Train according to this sword. How could one train like that? Lin Fan then turned to Qin Gu. The little girl stared at him, utterly bewildered. Lin Fan smiled faintly and gently tapped her. "Changed your mind? Want to learn the sword?" The little girl's eyes widened as if waking from a dream. Hearing Lin Fan's words, she paused and shook her head. "I want to learn the zither," she said, a stubborn light in her eyes. Qin Ming watched, wanting to speak, but fell silent. "Very well, then listen to me play a piece. See how much you can glean from it." A zither had somehow appeared beneath the nearly withered banyan tree. Its antique strings were covered in snow. Lin Fan gently brushed away the frost, then sat before it. The 2 figures, one large and one small, came to stand before him. They watched as he tended the strings and sat in stillness. "The Dao of the zither differs from the ordinary path of slaughter. But that doesn't mean it lacks the power to kill. Yet I prefer the creative force it gives birth to," Lin Fan said, lightly plucking a string. The whole world fell silent. "Zheng," a clear, crisp note, as if it could soothe all the world's clamor. At that moment, only Lin Fan remained in the world, a man, a zither, and a withered banyan tree. The 2 figures gazed at the scene, transfixed. "Endless life, the revival of all things," Lin Fan whispered. With the music, the old banyan behind him began to slowly revive. New buds emerged on the dry branches, followed by leaves unfurling. A miracle. They were awestruck. "The myriad paths of the zither. The one I understand is creation, endless vitality, the power of life. But this is only my path. If you have other ideas, you may try them." As the music faded, Lin Fan looked at Qin Gu. She stared at him, long lost in thought, then shook her head, her face earnest. I want to learn this. Lin Fan smiled upon hearing this. Good, then learn this. From the first moment he saw them, he knew which path suited them: Qin Ming's path of the sword and slaughter, and Qin Ge's path of the zither and creation. This zither is for you. An old relic from the library worth nothing. Go back and practice diligently. Hard work can make up for lack of talent. Come once a month from now on. As for Qin Ming, there are no swords in the library. Go find one yourself to train with. And remember, you must not mention me to anyone. Your talent is extraordinary. Everything you achieve you will have realized on your own. Lin Fan spoke. It was a casual act, and he did not expect it to bear fruit. He only hoped to offer some help to the Tang and to humanity. As for anything else, he asked for nothing. This was enough. The two stood dazed for a moment, then nodded. Lin Fan smiled slightly and returned to the library. Qin Ming and Qin Ge stood in the courtyard for a long time. Then Qin Ming picked up the twig Lin Fan had used, treasured it, and tucked it into his belt. This was his sword. The two walked out of the library courtyard, then turned to look back. Master is unwilling to acknowledge us because we lack strength. But one day he will. We cannot fail his expectations, Qin Ming said. Qin Ge nodded. In the library pavilion, Lin Fan gazed into the distance toward the imperial city and gently shook his head. Atop the imperial city of the Great Tang's capital, a figure sat cross-legged, its majestic aura enveloping the entire Tang capital. Though seemingly brimming with vitality, Lin Fan perceived a hint of decline within it. He was nearing his end. The Tang Emperor was about to die. Worthy of the title human sovereign, Lin Fan remarked, withdrawing his gaze and turning his attention to the two departing figures, one large, one small, one tall, one short, appearing so insignificant amidst the snow and ice. A generation's human sovereign who exhausted his heart and mind for humanity, guarding the race, even at death's door, suppressing the world with his vital blood, yet who could carry on his will. In the starry hall of the Tang Palace, the Tang Emperor looked toward the Tang capital, furrowing his brows slightly. Who was it? A gaze he could not trace, lasting merely an instant, seemed to see through everything here, his withered dantian and depleted chi, revealing that he was merely a spent force. Was it an alien race? He focused, and a surge of killing intent filled the starry hall, causing even those standing guard outside to tremble. Or could it be a human? The killing intent receded, a trace of weariness in his eyes. Humanity's path was too arduous. If he died, what would become of the Great Tang? What would become of the countless humans on this land? He seemed to envision a scene of rivers of blood and mountains of flesh stretching for thousands of miles. With a soft sigh, he closed his eyes again to regulate his breath. He could only strive to live a little longer, granting this land's humans more time. Snow fell across the realm, and the human world bustled with prosperity. The Tang capital displayed a scene of splendor, long streets stretching 100 carved railings, jade structures, and magnificent towers. Yet all of this could turn to bubbles at any moment. Silence reigned in the library pavilion, broken only by the occasional rustle of turning pages. Lin Fan's cultivation had broken through again, reaching the 6th level of the transcendent human realm, yet this stirred no ripples within the pavilion. A breakthrough in cultivation was as effortless as drinking water. What had always set Lin Fan apart was never his cultivation, but his realm. The sword path comprised 4 major realms: sword momentum, sword intent, sword domain, and Dao entry. Below the saint level, the strongest was merely the sword domain realm, yet Lin Fan had entered the Dao 3 years ago. Minger, what are you doing? In a side courtyard for menial workers at the Hans Han Martial Arts Academy, several youths propped open a worn window and called out to the figure swinging a tree branch in the yard. Practicing swordsmanship. An echo came from the yard. The youths were taken aback. Practicing swordsmanship. Swinging a tree branch haphazardly. That was called practicing swordsmanship. Had Minger's mind frozen from the cold? A gust of wind swept in, making them shiver as they quickly shut the window. They were all refugees who had fled disaster, fortunate to be taken in by the Academy's master as menial workers. Just staying alive was hard enough, how could they afford to cultivate? Cultivation was something only those academy disciples in their fine clothes could pursue. They did not understand Qin Ming, they only thought he had lost his mind. Qin Ming too knew nothing of how to cultivate. He had only that single page, and the one sword stroke in his heart imitating that strike from memory. This sword stroke was nameless, so he gave it a name: thunder punishment. A thunderbolt tearing through heaven and earth, a punishment upon the mortal world. As he swung the branch, spiritual energy from heaven and earth converged, streaming into his body. Unaware, he sank deeper into the sword stroke within his heart. In another menial worker's yard, Qin Ge brought out the zither Lin Fan had given her. Fearing to disturb her roommates, she stealthily stepped onto the snow, covered her mouth and nose, exhaled a breath, and began to play amid the heavy snowfall. From tentative to clumsy, she gradually grew more adept. A single page was tucked close to her body, and in her mind emerged the figure plucking the zither beneath the banyan tree. Gradually she entered a state of absorption. She too named this zither piece All Things Reborn. Winter passed and spring returned. 3 years slipped by in a haze. The once young boy had become a disciple of the Hans Han Martial Arts Academy, achieving the feat many dreamed of, leaping over the Dragon Gate and earning the title Thunderbolt Sword in the Tang capital. As for Qin Ge, she was noticed by the Yuan family, one of the 4 great clans of the Tang capital, becoming a companion reader to a legitimate daughter of the Yuan clan and moving into their mansion. That year Qin Ming was 16 and Qin Ge was 13. Once again, they came to the library pavilion. Another 3 years had passed, and the pavilion seemed even more desolate, untouched by visitors for 3 years. The once withered banyan tree had sprouted thousands of branches covered in verdant green. It swayed gently in the breeze, as if imbued with spirituality. It was just as when they had first come. That person still lay on the recliner beneath the banyan tree, seemingly taking a nap. Beside him was a pot of boiling tea, its fragrance wafting out. Qin Ge stepped forward to refill the nearly empty cup, then waited quietly at the side. 3 years had transformed the once innocent girl into a graceful young maiden. Her light green dress swayed gently, soft as jade and tender as a flower, masking an undeniable beauty. Qin Ming still held that tree branch. After 3 years, the branch showed no sign of withering, radiating even more spiritual essence within the yard. After a long while, the figure on the recliner stretched lazily. A book slipped from him and fell to the ground. Qin Ming bent to pick it up. Lin Fan looked at the two before him and smiled faintly. "You're here," Lin Fan said. "Spiritual connection 7th level, spiritual connection 9th level. Not bad." Both their cultivation levels were clear to Lin Fan. 3 years from their first steps into cultivation to the late spiritual connection stage was nothing short of genius. Hearing this, they both bowed respectfully. "All thanks to the Dao manual you imparted, Master. Through occasional insights, we have reached our current cultivation." They spoke. Were their talents truly exceptional? In truth, when they first entered the academy, as menial workers, they had been tested. They were merely average. What truly transformed their fate were those 2 pages of the Dao manual. They were not just simple sheets of paper, they held an indescribable Dao resonance that constantly nurtured their foundations. Only then did they realize the immense power Lin Fan possessed. He was by no means merely a scholar, as the outside world claimed, nor had he lost his ambition due to his clan's annihilation, as rumors suggested. A great hermit in the city, Master was a true transcendent figure. "But time is short, he cannot wait for you," Lin Fan added. These faint words left them both stunned, unable to grasp Lin Fan's meaning. Lin Fan looked toward the Tang Palace. 3 years had passed, and the Tang Emperor could no longer suppress the collapse of his blood energy. Now not only Lin Fan, but also the transcendent human realm experts in the Tang capital could sense his condition. This human sovereign, who had protected this land for a millennium, was dying. Qin Ming followed Lin Fan's gaze to the imperial palace, his expression stiffening. Then a look of horror dawned on his face. In recent days, undercurrents had surged in the Tang capital. Unknown forces had surfaced, and the 4 great clans were shrouded in tension. Yet he had not guessed the reason. "Is it His Majesty?" He said in disbelief. The Tang Emperor was revered as a deity by countless people. With his own strength, he suppressed the world and kept the flame of humanity alive. No one had ever imagined he could die. "He is nearing death," Lin Fan said. He was the one who understood the Tang Emperor's condition best. The faint words left both of them in shock. The Emperor of the Tang dynasty is about to fall. Such a terrifying event. He is the spiritual leader of the entire Qingzhou human race, the pillar supporting countless humans in their battles against alien races. If he falls, how will the world fare? What will become of the Qingzhou human race? They couldn't bear to imagine. They could only turn their gazes toward Lin Fan, as if hoping he would do something, or at least guide them on a path. "Sir," they said, but Lin Fan merely shook his head slightly, taking a gentle sip of tea. "When the heavens fall, there will be tall figures to shoulder it. This is not something for you to ponder. What you should think about is the future of the Tang dynasty, the future of the human race," Lin Fan said. His gaze fell within the imperial palace, where the Emperor of the Tang dynasty could no longer maintain the overwhelming aura. He sat in the Star Palace gazing at the heavens and earth, a body filled with the aura of death. "Who are you?" he asked, his gaze piercing the fire of his soul, burning fiercely, striving to uphold his last remnants of imperial might. "I am dying, will you not show yourself?" His divine sense attempted to trace that gaze, but was abruptly severed by an indescribable aura of the Dao. He withdrew his divine sense, his heart trembling slightly. 3 years ago, he could still catch a glimpse of the direction of that gaze, but now it was directly cut off. He had grown stronger. He focused intently, quietly overlooking the entire capital of the Tang dynasty. No one knew what he was thinking. Outside the Star Palace, a dark mass of people knelt, consorts, princes, princesses, and the heads of the 4 great clans, all seemingly waiting for something. Silence enveloped them, a sense of oppression. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze and looked at Qin Ming and Qin Ge before him. "Go back, do not come in the next few days," Lin Fan said, and the two were taken aback. When they looked again, they only saw Lin Fan's figure retreating. The survival of the human race and the rise and fall of the world seemed to weigh nothing in his eyes. An inexplicable sense of loss arose in their hearts. The Tang dynasty will not perish. Suddenly a voice came from the book repository, causing them to look up sharply, their eyes brightening. Just this one sentence was enough. The Sir still cared for the lives of the human race. If the human race truly faced the brink of life and death, the Sir would undoubtedly take action. The two respectfully bowed toward the book repository and then left. Inside the book repository, Lin Fan sighed softly. His peaceful days had finally been disrupted. "Since you wish to see me, then let's meet, Emperor of the Tang dynasty," he said, stepping out. The space beneath his feet rippling like a bubble, and Lin Fan's figure vanished from the book repository. In the palace, the Star Palace, the dying Emperor of the Tang dynasty felt the resurgence of the might of the Dao, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a figure walking out of the void, silently standing before him. Dressed in white with cloth shoes, with a book tucked at his waist, he resembled an ordinary scholar. The Emperor of the Tang dynasty showed a look of astonishment. How can this be? How could he be so young? The one he had feared for 3 years, searched for 3 years, was merely a young man. Traveling through the void, was this the legendary path of space? He looked at Lin Fan, who was also gazing back at him, and the Star Palace fell into a long silence. After a while, the Emperor of the Tang dynasty took a deep breath and unexpectedly smiled. "Fortunately, you are of the human race," he said, as if a string had finally relaxed at this moment. Lin Fan simply looked at him. "What if I am not of the human race? You would die here," the Emperor of the Tang dynasty replied. Even on the brink of death, with blood energy depleted, a trace of murderous intent still emanated, showcasing the essence of the human race's emperor. A peerless powerhouse who fought his way out from the pursuit of myriad races. Lin Fan smiled faintly at these words. He certainly knew what was in the Star Palace. Killing arrays, sacred weapons of the human race, the power of the human race's fortune converging here, and an emperor ready to sacrifice himself at any moment. But could all these truly affect Lin Fan? "Do you wish to succeed the throne of the emperor?" He looked at Lin Fan, his expression serious and somber. Lin Fan was taken aback, then shook his head. I am used to being idle, and cannot bear such a heavy burden. If the emperor wants to find a successor, there are many options outside. Your sons and daughters, if that doesn't work, the 4 great clans of the Tang dynasty are still available. Lin Fan glanced toward outside the palace where several princesses, and the heads of the 4 great clans were still kneeling at the palace door. With the emperor's impending fall, some unprecedented thoughts began to take root in the hearts of many, waiting for the emperor's true demise to signal the beginning of chaos. Lin Fan did not wish to become embroiled in it. Mainly out of fear of trouble, he preferred to read more books rather than engage in their schemes. The emperor also looked outside. Though separated by a palace door, the people outside felt a tightening in their hearts, instinctively kneeling even lower. They knew the emperor was watching them. With the emperor on the verge of death, and the position of emperor vacant, it would be the emperor's sole word as to who would succeed. The Tang dynasty has lasted 3,000 years, and it has inevitably bred some individuals who harbor filth. When I was present, as long as they did not endanger the Tang dynasty, I could ignore them. But if I am not present, they become the tumors of the Tang dynasty. The emperor cannot bear them. The emperor said lightly. Lin Fan looked at him, as if realizing something, and smiled faintly. Then it seems the emperor has long made his choice. Lin Fan did not care who became the emperor, as long as it did not affect him. He came here only because of the current emperor, a ruler who truly exhausted himself for the human race. A successor cannot be called an emperor, they can only be regarded as the ruler of the Tang dynasty. The title of emperor is universally recognized among the human race, the protector of the human race. The emperor did not respond to Lin Fan's words. He only looked at Lin Fan, gazing at the scholarly aura and serene demeanor before him, and sighed softly. May I know your name? He asked, having already discerned that Lin Fan had no intention of succeeding the emperor. Lin Fan looked at him, recalling a decree that had been issued from the Tang Palace years ago, declaring the king of the south a hero of the human race, inscribed on the monument of heroes, with all offspring treated with the status of princes and princesses. Thus he had been able to lead a quiet life in the Tang dynasty for so many years. This was also one of his reasons for coming. Lin Fan. The 2 simple words made the emperor of the Tang dynasty slightly startled, then he was shaken. He looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. You are? Years ago, when the king of the south was exterminated, only 3 offspring were sent to the Tang capital, and he personally wrote that decree remembering the name Lin Fan. The heir of the king of the south. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Yes, I am the heir of the king of the south. I must thank you for your care, allowing me to live so many years of peaceful days in the Tang dynasty. The emperor was taken aback upon hearing this, his expression blank. Lin Fan, the heir of the king of the south, meant he was merely around 30 years old at such an age, achieving the Dao-cutting realm. How could this be possible? At 30 years old, even, he could barely reach the divine stage. He looked at Lin Fan and couldn't help but take a deep breath. A prodigy. An unimaginably fearsome prodigy, an unparalleled celestial genius never before seen in human history. A shock beyond words, an excitement beyond description. The Tang emperor laughed heartily. Excellent! 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 3 resounding exclamations echoed beyond the starry hall, causing those kneeling to tremble. They looked up, their eyes filled with confusion. Could this be a final burst of vitality? They strained to hear the voices within the hall, but after the laughter silence fell, the entire starry hall was sealed off by the emperor's power. With you here, even if I die, what does it matter? A human sovereign is but a title. Our race has 9 such figures, yet we remain a lowly race. But with you our humanity will finally rise. You are the true hope of our race. He said, his words brimming with exhilaration even as death approached. You did right to conceal yourself from the alien races. When you achieve sagehood one day, it will be too late for them to stop you. Lin Fan, can I know your exact cultivation level? He knew Lin Fan had already entered the Dao's severing realm, and he might not even be a match for him, yet he remained ignorant of Lin Fan's true cultivation. He wished to behold just how extraordinary this unparalleled genius of humanity truly was. Lin Fan gazed at him with a faint smile, offering no reply. Instead, he looked out beyond the starry hall toward the boundless starry sky. "Your Majesty is at the peak of Dao's severing," he asked. The Tang Emperor paused briefly, then nodded. His path had ended before sagehood. He was too old, bearing wounds that could never heal, and could no longer glimpse the sacred realm beyond Dao's severing. Yet that realm remained his lifelong aspiration. "Your Majesty, would you like to behold the scenery beyond Dao's severing?" At these words, the Tang Emperor's expression shifted, and he stared at Lin Fan in disbelief. "You have achieved sagehood, the sacred realm, a state untouched by humanity for tens of thousands of years. Beneath sagehood, all beings are but ants." Humanity's survival in this vast Xuanhuang world for so long was only thanks to the legacy left by ancient sages of the past. A single sage, even fallen for tens of millennia, could still influence later ages. Such was the impact of a sacred existence on a race. They were pillars holding up the sky. What humanity lacked now was precisely such a figure. But could the man before him, barely 30 years old, truly have achieved this? He looked at Lin Fan, a tumult of emotions, excitement, joy, all converging within him. Lin Fan met his gaze and gently shook his head. The Tang Emperor trembled slightly, a flicker of disappointment passed through his eyes, but moments later he shook his head with a wry smile. Sagehood, how could it be so simple? For tens of thousands of years humanity had seen many who reached Dao's severing, yet none had attained sagehood. Lin Fan was already extraordinary enough. As long as he survived, he would surely become a sage in the future. He should not burden him with excessive pressure. "Lin Fan, your talent far surpasses ours, the so-called human sovereigns, and even the ancient sages. All you lack is time. A millennium, no, not even that long, perhaps just a century, and you will surely attain sagehood. There is no rush." As if fearing his expectations might weigh too heavily on Lin Fan, he suppressed his eagerness and spoke softly. Lin Fan did not respond. Instead, he took a step forward, ripples spreading beneath his feet, and in the next instant he stood at the balustrade of the starry hall. Below lay the splendor of the Tang capital, an ancient city of 10,000 years. Tonight was the Lantern Festival. Countless paper lanterns drifted through the night sky, and throngs of people filled the streets and alleys, a scene of peace and harmony. The so-called sacred realm is to manifest one's own Dao into a domain, mastering a corner of the world so that every gesture wields the power of the Great Dao, Lin Fan said. The Tang Emperor could only stare at him, sensing an indescribable Dao resonance emanating from Lin Fan, a resonance far surpassing his own. "Every sage manifests a different domain. Long ago, I pondered what my Dao should be. The Sword Dao, the Dao of Thunder, the Dao of Space. I tried many, but none were my true Dao. Even if I manifested a domain, it would be flawed." Lin Fan spoke calmly. The Tang Emperor stood behind him, also gazing down upon the Tang capital, filled with nothing but astonishment. Only he could perceive the subtle transformations taking place across this ancient city and its surrounding world, all rooted in the man before him. A flawed domain? Perhaps no one had ever considered such a thing. To manifest a domain was to enter sagehood. Who could resist such temptation? He could not, nor could the sages of antiquity. "Then have you now realized your own Dao?" he asked involuntarily. He already knew that Lin Fan was not incapable of attaining sagehood, but was instead seeking a supreme path, the ultimate Dao. Lin Fan smiled faintly. "I have more or less," he said. He pointed into the void toward the night sky. The boundless stars seemed to respond to him, suddenly blazing with light. A bright moon seemed to descend, drawing near to him. Countless people in the Tang capital looked up, their eyes filled with awe. Stars falling to the earth, the moon suspended in the sky. What an extraordinary omen. "Not enough," Lin Fan said. Then thunder and torrential rain appeared in the world, followed by a blazing sun crossing the sky, golden crows crying out the sun, and moon sharing the heavens. Countless wonders sprang forth. Finally Lin Fan smiled. All the wonders vanished as if they had never been, as if everything just now was an illusion, a dream for the entire Tang capital. "I understand now," Lin Fan said. He turned to look at the Tang Emperor, and in that gaze the emperor seemed to behold a vast galaxy with countless realms rising and falling within it. All Taoists converge into one, returning to my being. Why cling to a single path? If I wish, thousands of Taoists shall serve my will. Boom! In that moment, the Tang Emperor, those outside the starry pavilion, and everyone in the Tang capital felt a tremor in their hearts, as if they had all heard that resounding roar. Lin Fan had attained sagehood. All the wonders were absorbed into his being, and all Taoists were fused within a single palm. The Tang Emperor watched this scene, unable to recover for a long time. All Taoists converging into one. To refine thousands of Taoists into one's own body, what a terrifying feat. He dared not even imagine it, yet this young man of barely 30 had accomplished it, achieving sagehood through such an audacious act before his very eyes. A prodigy. He could find no other words to describe it, and could only utter this. At this moment, he no longer worried for humanity. His lifeblood was depleted, his once sturdy frame finally bent like an old man in his twilight years. Cough! A cough brought blood into view. Yet he was smiling, a smile tinged with moisture. Humanity was safe. He could bear the weight of all humanity. As long as he existed, humanity would not perish. He would create a true golden age for the race. And now he could depart in peace. The world knows that the Tang Imperial House has 5 princes, but in truth there is a 6th, the contingency I left for the Great Tang. I hope he can become your disciple. He spoke as his life force ebbed away. The figure standing in the moonlight grew blurry in his vision. Lin Fan paused slightly. I do not take disciples. Those words made him tremble. But you may have him seek me out. At this he smiled. When he looked again, the man was gone. No trace, no sign, utterly elusive. So this is sagehood, he murmured. Turning step by slow step, he pushed open the great doors of the starry hall. The people outside the Star Hall finally witnessed the current state of the human emperor. Their expressions stiffened, and their hearts sank instantly. That stooped figure, blood-stained robes, and pallid strands of hair made him resemble a decrepit old man devoid of any trace of an emperor's bearing. Human Emperor! Your Majesty! A crowd cried out in sorrow. At this moment, they finally realized that all the rumors were true. The being who had protected the Great Tang for millennia was truly on the verge of falling. Their heavens were collapsing. Cough! The Tang Emperor's coughing sound echoed, making his silhouette appear even more desolate. Everyone trembled. They could already sense his withered life force, as if it could no longer sustain his body. No one in this world can escape death, not even a sage. My time has simply come. The Tang Emperor spoke, gazing at the kneeling crowd. His blurry eyes seemed to pierce through time and space, and he let out a faint sigh. From now on, the Great Tang and Qingzhou are entrusted to you. Remember, humanity shall never yield. Even if we perish to the last, we will never be slaves. After I am gone, you must bear this responsibility. Humanity shall never be extinguished. The torch of civilization endures forever. He spoke, stepping down the stairs one by one toward the inner palace. Each step fell heavily, as if pressing down on the hearts of the onlookers. The crowd followed his figure, rising to pursue him. Go back, do not follow. The Great Tang still needs you to stabilize it. Do not waste your energy on me. I am merely a dying man. The Tang Emperor said, his figure vanishing from their sight. The crowd stood before the Star Hall, staring at the direction he had departed, lost in thought for a long time. No one knew what was on their minds. After a long while, someone murmured, That's the direction of Jingyan Palace. Could it be true, as the rumors say, that His Majesty intends to pass the throne to that person? But his identity? Will those others willingly give up? Many eyes fell upon the few figures at the forefront, the 5 imperial offspring, 4 princes and 1 princess. These were the 5 known to the world, the bloodline heirs of the human emperor, representing the entire Great Tang imperial family. Whatever the human emperor decides, we shall obey. Someone spoke. The continuation of humanity is paramount. Whoever ascends the throne is the same. If he truly possesses such ability, we shall bow our heads and pledge allegiance. We trust the human emperor. The 5 said, their eyes filled with unwavering resolve, as if harboring no dissent. The crowd behind them stiffened at this sight, then turned toward the direction the Tang Emperor had left, bowing deeply. "Farewell, human emperor." Voices echoed through the Tang Palace as one by one people knelt. The long corridor was filled with kneeling figures. An old man walked slowly past each step, causing countless souls to tremble. This was the human emperor, their spiritual pillar. Was he now about to fall? Where would humanity's future lead? Within the inner palace, a young man waited silently at the hall's entrance. Upon seeing the Tang Emperor, he could not help but tremble, his eyes filled with profound grief. "Father!" he called out. The Tang Emperor looked up, shook his head, and smiled. "You finally said it." The so-called 5 imperial offspring of the Great Tang were merely those with the human emperor's bloodline, not his direct descendants. They were the most outstanding among those bearing his blood. The human emperor had only one child, the young man before him. The mightier a cultivator, the harder it was to sire offspring, let alone a cultivator as ancient and spent as the human emperor. "It's a pity I have no time left to teach you. You possess a sacred physique and extraordinary talent. In the future you will be no weaker than me," he said, then suddenly thought of Lin Fan and shook his head. Before Lin Fan appeared, his child had been humanity's hope for continuation. But with Lin Fan, wasn't this even better? A saint hidden behind humanity, and a peerless human emperor suppressing all directions. "I came here to ask you, do you want to be emperor?" He looked at the young man, who raised his head to meet his gaze. The old man's eyes held fervent hope, while the youth's were full of determination. He nodded heavily at the old man. "I once did not understand you, but now I do. You say I have a sacred physique and can lead humanity to live with dignity in this world. Then I shall do it. What you wish to achieve, I will help you accomplish." The young man set his face resolute. The old man nodded with relief. He looked beyond the palace toward the towering library. "Fortunately, you are not alone. Humanity still has a pillar to rely on. South of the Great Tang Palace there stands a library, and within it dwells a man. His name is Lin Fan. If the Great Tang faces crisis, or if you encounter problems in cultivation, seek him out. It would be best if you could become his disciple. If not, it matters little. As long as he remains here, the Great Tang will never fall." He spoke earnestly, as if imparting all his final wisdom to the young man. The youth followed the old man's gaze, momentarily lost in thought. Lin Fan. Who is he? His father was the human emperor, the sovereign of all humanity. How could he hold someone in such high regard? It was as if he were entrusting the Great Tang, and even himself, to that person. "Remember my words, even if the entire Great Tang proves untrustworthy, you must trust him alone." The Tang Emperor looked at him with grave seriousness, and the young man nodded. "Very well." The Tang Emperor reached out, gently stroking the young man's head. Then he looked beyond the palace at the brilliantly lit capital of the Great Tang, a flash of killing intent gleaming in his eyes. "Has the unrest begun even before I am dead? Then none of you shall leave." From his withered body surged a vast aura once more. He stepped into the void, heading toward the prosperous Tang capital. The young man stood behind, tears streaming down as he knelt toward that figure. This farewell would be eternal. The human emperor, who had devoted himself to humanity for millennia, would burn for the last time upon this land. With his life's flame, he would leave an indelible mark upon the alien races. Inside the library, Lin Fan also watched this scene. "Truly worthy of the title human emperor." Lin Fan shook his head and remarked. He naturally knew what the human emperor was doing, burning the last of his life to annihilate all alien races within the city. "Human emperor." "Greetings, your majesty." In the Tang capital, crowds knelt one after another. They gazed up at the human emperor striding through the air, their faces filled with awe. The human emperor had appeared. "Slay!" A flying sword landed in the Tang emperor's hand. He struck down toward a courtyard, followed by a chorus of furious cries. "Tang Emperor, you have lost your mind." A powerful figure burst from the courtyard, only to be slain by a single palm strike from the Tang Emperor. "Tang Emperor, we were sent by the barbarian prince to establish diplomatic ties. Do you understand the consequences of killing us?" A heaven realm barbarian soared into the air, his several meter tall body exuding a savage aura, a giant axe in hand. Yet his gaze toward the Tang Emperor was filled with gravity. The Tang Emperor swung his sword, cleaving heaven and earth in two. The heaven realm barbarian was instantly bisected. Humanity needs no diplomatic ties with your kind. When humanity rises, we shall annihilate the barbarian tribes first to honor the countless heroic spirits of our people. The faint words brimming with boundless dominance echoed throughout the entire Tang capital. Countless people were shaking, gazing up at the figure suspended in midair with reverence. This was the human emperor. Even envoys from alien royalty were but to be cleaved by a single sword. Standing between heaven and earth, he deserved the worship of all people. Countless hearts stirred, and one by one they knelt. At this moment, there was only one man in all the world, the human emperor. Qin Ming and Qin Ge had just reached the gates of the Yuan clan's mansion when they looked up and witnessed this scene. Their hearts trembled, and they too bowed deeply. Is he truly about to die? Qin Ge asked, as if unwilling to believe that the human emperor, so overwhelmingly domineering, was already at his last gasp. The entire city was stirred to excitement for the human emperor, but only they knew that the human emperor was dying, and that this would be his final appearance in the world. Tang Emperor, you are on the verge of death. Are you certain you wish to make enemies of us like this? Another alien appeared, trembling as he addressed the figure in the sky. An invisible domain enveloped the entire Tang capital, transforming it into a prison. It locked onto each of them with precision, trapping them there. There was no escape. They could not believe that this dying human emperor dared to slaughter them so ruthlessly. Did he not fear that after his death, they would take revenge on the human race? Could this be the Dao domain? Some aliens stood before the gates of the Tang capital, only a hair's breadth away, yet separated as if by an insurmountable chasm unable to cross. They spoke trembling. They turned their heads to look at the human emperor in the sky, their eyes filled with shock. Had the Tang Emperor attained sainthood? No. The blood and qi on the Tang Emperor's body were dissipating. Deathly energy could no longer be contained and permeated the heavens and earth. He was dying, and had not achieved sainthood. Then who was this? In the library, Lin Fan held a book, standing quietly by the window. His eyes were as calm as a sea of stars, as if they encompassed the entire world of the Tang capital. The human emperor is going to die. The kneeling people in the Tang capital jolted violently, staring in disbelief at the figure in the sky. A line of blood trickled from the corner of the Tang Emperor's mouth. Cracks seemed to appear on his body. His broken frame could no longer sustain the use of the power of severing the Dao. How is this possible? The human emperor. Impossible. Countless people paled in shock. After you die, do you think the human race can withstand our wrath? If you let us leave alive, the human race might still have a sliver of hope. We will return and report to our clan elders. In the future, your Qingzhou human race need only provide a certain amount of blood sacrifices for our clans, and you can preserve your heritage. Human Emperor, do not bring ruin upon yourself. One by one the aliens appeared, led by the barbarian and stone clans. They looked at the human emperor in the sky and spoke. Though initially terrified, once the words left their mouths, they seemed to regain their confidence, their gazes filled with arrogance. The human race mere blood sacrifices. Countless people in the Tang capital watched this scene in horror. So many aliens had been hidden within the capital, and the leaders among them had even reached the heavenly man realm. The human emperor laughed. Under the gaze of countless eyes, his laughter was so unrestrained and wild. He gazed into the distance, pausing for a moment on that corner of the library, then fell upon the aliens. Provide blood sacrifices for your clans, is that it? A single sword stroke rent the sky, cleaving towards the multitude of aliens. Though they resisted madly, they only managed to hold for an instant before being cut down into a rain of blood. The human race stands between heaven and earth. Who dares call us slaves? Another sword stroke like divine might swept clean a corner of the world. This strike slew more than half of the aliens, leaving only a few dozen staring at the human emperor in terror. The Qingzhou human emperor was too powerful. He was at the peak of severing the Dao, half a step into the saint realm. Even among the 9 human emperors of the human race, he was one of the strongest. Even at death's door, they were no match for him.
Madman! Once you are gone, see who can protect your Qingzhou human race. Our clan's armies will surely slaughter you all.
The human emperor's sword danced wantonly across the heavens and earth. The cracks on his body grew more numerous as blood, and chi increasingly withered. This was a grand performance, a spectacle belonging solely to the human emperor. Countless people watched the figure in the sky, but felt only a profound desolation.
The human emperor.
When the last alien fell within their sight, all eyes converged upon the human emperor. The human emperor stood suspended in midair, drenched in blood. He looked down upon the Tang capital, then gazed into the distance, as if trying to etch this entire world into his memory. Then his body began to disintegrate. His blood and chi were spent, his life force faded away. Yet a faint smile still lingered at the corner of his mouth.
I leave everything to you.
These were his final words that only one person could hear. His corpse fell towards the earth. Countless people rushed towards that spot, hoping to catch the human sovereign who had protected Qingzhou for millennia. But when they arrived, the human emperor's body was nowhere to be seen.
Did the human emperor not even leave a corpse behind?
Countless people knelt on the ground, their faces filled with grief. On the western mountain behind the library, the human emperor's corpse fell from the void into a grave that had already been dug. Lin Fan stood there.
Why must it be so?
Lin Fan shook his head slightly and said. He gazed at the human emperor's corpse for a moment, then waved his hand covering the body. A small burial mound was thus raised. He also erected a tombstone.
Tomb of the 26th human emperor of Qingzhou.
As for the name, Lin Fan did not know it, but it was enough.
There are still remnants.
Lin Fan's gaze shifted beyond the western mountain. A few barbarians, their faces full of panic, had fled into the mountains.
That Qingzhou human emperor didn't even find us. Some human emperor, nothing special.
One of them spoke. Though he said this, his face was twisted with terror, his body trembling.
We can't stay in that place anymore. We'll hide here in the western mountain from now on. When our clan's army arrives, we'll make the Tang capital flow with rivers of blood. This western mountain is sparsely populated, just a single library. The orphan of the southern pacifying king is there. I heard he doesn't like cultivation, only reading. A waste. Good, well make him pay for today's blood debt first.
Crossing a ridge, a library came into view. A stone path veined with green led to it, surrounded by creeping vines and weeds. A few flowering trees outside the library's courtyard wall had just sprouted new buds, as if recently planted. Falling leaves drifted down, creating an air of secluded tranquility.
Knows how to enjoy life, but too foolish.
There were 7 of them in total. One looked at the library before them and spoke.
Likes reading. What use is reading? But it's good that he doesn't cultivate. I heard this orphan of the southern pacifying king was a cultivation prodigy. Otherwise it wouldn't be so easy to take him down today.
The 7 spoke, their barbarian forms fully revealed. Their bodies stretched, taller hair sprouted, and their features twisted, taking on bestial characteristics. The 7 pushed open the courtyard gate and saw the man within. He wore a simple scholar's robe, standing on the steps, watching them calmly. The wind blew, carrying the sound of turning pages. The 7 felt an inexplicable chill.
Lin Fan, the orphan son of the southern pacifying king, reduced to being a mere librarian. The southern pacifying king once slew many of our kin. Today you shall atone for his sins.
The 7 barbarians spoke, sensing a trace of wrongness, but dismissing it. What threat could a scholar pose? One barbarian stepped forward, his massive hand reaching for Lin Fan, while the other 6 watched with cold amusement. Lin Fan regarded the scene impassively, not a single ripple in his eyes. The barbarian's expression shifted dramatically the moment he came within 3 feet of Lin Fan, his face contorting with terror.
You?
As if time had frozen, the barbarian's hand halted before Lin Fan. A breeze swept by, and the man dissipated like a wisp of sand.
What?
The remaining 6 barbarians were aghast. Lifting their heads to gaze at the youth on the steps, their eyes were now filled with profound dread. That was a barbarian at the divine altar realm, yet he was killed without a trace of resistance. His body and soul utterly annihilated. How powerful was he? The creation realm, the heaven realm, or perhaps the Dao's severing realm? As for the saint realm, they dared not even contemplate it. A saint was the most ancient and formidable existence of any great clan, long vanished from the world, rarely appearing unless it was a war of extinction. Was he not one who only studied, never cultivated?
Flee!
The 6 barbarians exchanged a glance, and without hesitation retreated toward the courtyard exit. But the moment they moved, an unimaginable force sealed the void around them, freezing their forms midair.
Since you're here, won't you stay a while longer?
Lin Fan's voice came from behind, sending tremors through their bodies. Turning back, they saw the youth still watching them calmly, yet the feeling was utterly different from before. His eyes seemed to contain an abyss ready to swallow them all. With a soft thud, one barbarian turned to ash.
No mercy!
The remaining 5 barbarians fell to their knees. Lin Fan raised a finger, and with a slight gesture flames engulfed one barbarian, reducing him to cinders in moments.
The pear tree by the gate has been lacking nourishment. Your arrival is timely.
Lin Fan waved his hand, sending the ashes of the barbarians flying out of the courtyard to settle beneath the tree. Another thud. One more fell. The last 3 barbarians finally broke, charging at Lin Fan together. Lin Fan merely lifted his gaze, and the 3 barbarians were instantly horrified. They saw terrifying visions in his eyes, and a dreadful realization dawned upon them.
You are? A saint!
As the words left their lips, they turned to ash and scattered beneath the tree outside the gate. 7 barbarians, who could have stirred chaos in the Tang capital, were thus annihilated.
Time for some peace and quiet.
Lin Fan glanced toward the courtyard gate, then returned to the library. The moment Lin Fan's words fell, every alien in the Tang capital felt their hearts seize. Looking up toward a corner of the sky, an image materialized in their minds. A youth holding a scroll standing on 7 steps. An eternity captured in a single glance. In the next instant their souls were extinguished. A single gaze slew all the aliens in the city. The library fell silent once more, broken only by the occasional rustle of pages, but the entire Tang capital, and even Qingzhou, were thrown into cataclysmic turmoil. The human emperor of the Great Tang had fallen. The news spread swiftly from the Tang capital across Qingzhou, and even to the other continents of the human race.
Liu, the son of the human emperor, ascends the throne, continuing the lineage of Qingzhou's humans.
It was not one of the 5 royal princes widely rumored in Qingzhou, but an obscure figure, the sole surviving heir of the Great Tang's human emperor. Subsequently, the 5 princes left the capital, and the Great Tang entered a new chapter. 3 more years passed in the bustling city. The Yuan family mansion. Surrounded by emerald waters, and adorned with rock gardens, a melodious zither tune flowed from a stone pavilion. A woman in green sat playing, her face veiled by light silk, yet unable to conceal a beauty that outshone all others.
Sister Qing's zither playing grows ever more exquisite. More and more suitors from the capital come calling, but I wonder who will win her heart.
At a corridor, a young man and woman watched the woman in the pavilion. The younger woman, barely of age, looked at the pavilion with barely contained excitement. She glanced at the young man beside her, a hint of mischief in her eyes. She was Yuan Nanyue, the legitimate daughter of the Yuan family, and Qingge was her companion. The young man did not hide his admiration for the woman in the pavilion.
Xiaoya, don't speak nonsense. Miss Qingge has no such intentions.
As the rising and falling notes of the zither washed over him, he sank into them, his eyes growing more infatuated. Yuan Nanyue watched him, and shook her head slightly. Her brother's affection for Qingge was plain for all to see. Had she been an ordinary companion, she might have played matchmaker, but Qingge was different. Qingge had grown up with her, and they shared a deep bond. Another reason was Qingge's brother Qingming, a rising star in the Tang capital, and a prodigy of his generation. At 19, he had already reached the 8th level of the pill condensation realm, the most monstrous talent the Tang capital had seen in years. He had entered the Great Tang Imperial Academy, and on the very day of his admission, several ancient masters from the creation realm appeared to take him as a disciple. But he refused them all.
I already have a master,
was his only reply. Later some investigated the origins of Qin Ming and Qin Ge, learning they were refugees from a fallen noble family. Yet there was no record of him ever taking a master. Some said Qin Ming was too arrogant to refuse the creation realm masters of the academy. But the masters were not angered. Instead, they cherished him all the more, seeing him as the academy's hope for the future. Anyone who harbored designs on Qin Ge would first have to face this prodigy.
Brother is not lacking either. At least I've never seen Sister Qin Ge speak much with other men. She treats you differently.
Xuanhuang said, then shook her head, thinking of Qin Ge's nature. Indeed, she was different. Just a few words more, always indifferent, treating everyone in the Yuan family the same except for her. Xuanhuang smiled bitterly.
A woman like Miss Qin Ge would not easily fall for someone. I am but a son of a noble house with no achievements to my name. When I have made my mark and won glory, I shall come to seek her hand in marriage.
He looked at the woman in the pavilion, his eyes shining with determination. Xuanhuang watched him, wanting to speak but holding back.
The barbarian armies from the south are pressing the border. His Majesty has ordered the Yuan family to lead the troops. I have told my father that I will join the campaign. Father is waiting for me. I must go.
Xuanhuang cast one last lingering look at the woman in the pavilion, then turned and left. Xuanhuang stared at his retreating back, momentarily stunned. Was her brother going to war as well? Since the human emperor's fall 3 years ago, Qingzhou had known no respite from conflict. But it was the first time that sons of powerful families like theirs were heading to the battlefield. Had Qingzhou's situation truly deteriorated to this extent? But could her brother truly return victorious and marry her? She looked at Qin Ge and shook her head. She felt that Sister Qin Ge had long since given her heart to someone else, though she knew not who.
Sister Qin Ge lacks the talent for cultivation, otherwise she too would be a peerless figure in this grand Tang capital. Fortunately, Brother Qin Ming is here.
Xuanhuang spoke, another figure already emerging in her mind. He had once challenged several martial arts halls in the capital with a single sword, fought consecutively against numerous prodigies of the Great Tang Imperial Academy, and even defeated several senior experts across cultivation levels. He was now the foremost prodigy of the capital. He was also the object of adoration for countless maidens in the capital, and she was among them. A breathtaking beauty was not always a blessing for a woman, especially for a mere companion reader. Yet because of Qin Ming, no one in the capital dared to lay a hand on Qin Ge.
It seems he hasn't visited Sister Qin Ge in a long time.
She bowed her head, a trace of vexation on her face, and finally left the courtyard. After she left, in the secluded corners of the courtyard, clusters of flowers bloomed and flocks of birds circled around. 100 flowers bloomed, and 100 birds paid homage to the phoenix. They all surrounded Qin Ge, moving in harmony with the zither melody. No one, not even Qin Ming, knew that this woman who seemed to play the zither and sing daily had already reached the divine altar realm, a cultivation level even higher than Qin Ming's. She was a true peerless prodigy, the foremost of the younger generation in the capital. The zither piece,
the flourishing of all things,
had been modified by Lin Fan and infused with his insights into the Dao of life, making it a sacred melody worthy of being passed down through generations. Qin Ge's cultivation base was continuously elevated through each performance, progressing even faster than Qin Ming's. The Great Tang Imperial Academy. This was the gathering place for all geniuses in Qingzhou, one of the pillars of the Great Tang. Many powerful human figures lived in seclusion here. Even a sweeper could be a master of the divine ability or creation realm. On the martial arts field, everyone watched a young man at the center. The youth held a sword locked in a standoff with a divine altar realm instructor from the academy. With each slash of his sword, lightning crackled around his body, and he seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning itself.
Boom!
With a single exchange, the youth retreated 10 paces and stood still, looking at the distant instructor. The instructor, also stepping back several paces with slightly disordered breath, stared at Qin Ming in awe.
Master, I lost.
Before the instructor could speak, Qin Ming said. The instructor was taken aback, but just as he was about to respond, Qin Ming bowed slightly to him and turned to leave. The people on the field stared at Qin Ming's departing back, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Someone murmured,
I feel like Master Wang lost. It is said that senior brother Qin Ming's strongest sword technique comes from that branch at his waist. Back then Master Li was defeated by that very sword. An elder once said that senior brother Qin Ming has taken that branch as his life-bound sword. Once his cultivation level rises, that branch will transform into an extraordinary divine weapon. He is nurturing that branch, nurturing his sword. They spoke, for Qin Ming was too powerful, overshadowing the younger generation of the academy, so completely that nothing he did surprised them anymore. Master Wang also watched Qin Ming's retreating figure, and after a long while a smile spread across his face. This boy. A loss is a loss. I Wang Li am not one who cannot accept defeat. Truly worthy of being the one the Dean has his eyes on. Even at the core condensation realm, you've made this old man unable to withstand your attacks. The human sovereign has fallen. Qinzhou is in turmoil, and the crisis for humanity is approaching. I only hope you can grow quickly. He shook his head, not dejected by his defeat, but rather filled with delight. This was the Imperial Academy, the place where the future of Qingzhou's human race was nurtured. Not only were the great clans and noble families affected, but many teachers from the academy were also conscripted into the army. Everyone understood that the seemingly peaceful Qinzhou was brewing a massive crisis. Even with reinforcements from other human continents, the danger of extinction remained. The older generation was holding the line now, but the future depended on the young talents of the Imperial Academy. In his cultivation chamber, Qin Ming brought out that branch. At this moment, the branch seemed to shed its mundane guise, radiating an indescribable Dao resonance. Lin Fan had once asked him if he needed a sword forged for him. He declined, instead presenting this branch, declaring it to be his sword. Lin Fan nodded and infused the branch with Dao resonance. Though it appeared ordinary, the branch actually contained two of Lin Fan's great Daos, the Dao of the Sword and the Dao of Thunder, which showed signs of merging. Comprehend the sword Dao within. The day you can grasp that hint of fusion will be your beginning. Then I will teach you the method of merging great Daos. These were Lin Fan's words, and Qin Ming always remembered them. Can great Daos truly merge? He had never heard of such a thing. He had only just stepped into the realm of intent. The Dao was still far away, let alone the merging of Daos. As far as he knew, truly entering the Dao required the realm of a saint. He couldn't help but look toward the corner of the world where the scripture library stood. Had the master already reached that level? He had seen the tomb behind the scripture library, and the epitaph upon it, knowing it to be the human sovereign's grave. The day the human sovereign's body vanished, it was actually the master who had buried it behind the library. Before his death, the human sovereign must have met the master and made certain promises with him. If humanity faced dire peril, would the master intervene? No, the master would surely act. At the western hill, the scripture library stood amidst a profusion of blooming pear blossoms. Stone paths covered with vines and branches stretched into the distance, adding to the secluded and serene atmosphere. The scripture library was nestled within. No one could imagine that a human saint resided here. 3 years had passed, and only the most ancient beings of this Xuanhuang grand world could fathom just how powerful Lin Fan had become. The books are almost finished. Lin Fan set down a volume and surveyed the library's first floor, shaking his head slightly. It seemed he would have to venture out soon. After all, how could a scholar lack books? But before leaving, there was one more thing to do. He had waited 3 years for him, and it was time he arrived. Outside the western hill, a youth had been standing before the mountain for a long while. Even in his stillness, he exuded an indescribable nobility. No one followed behind him yet. He carried the aura of 10,000 followers. It was as if the entire Great Tang stood behind him. Peak core condensation realm. His cultivation base was even a level higher than Qin Ming's, and he was of a similar age. Yet there were no rumors about him in the capital, or rather no one dared to speculate about him. He was the current ruler of the Great Tang Liu. He remembered the human sovereign's dying words: if the Great Tang faced danger, come here. If he found no one in the world trustworthy, come here. His name was Lin Fan, the one to whom the human sovereign had entrusted his son. But he had looked up Lin Fan's records. He was young, an orphan of the town. South King said to dislike cultivation,
and only love reading. Could such a person truly be the backbone of the entire Great Tang? Doubt and confusion clouded his eyes until sunset, when he finally stepped into the mountain and walked toward the scripture library. Regardless, he trusted the human sovereign, his father. The remnants of the setting sun had yet to dissipate at the edge of the earth, and a few strands of golden light filtered through the foliage, falling upon the figure reclining beneath the banyan tree. A warm breeze stirred, and leaves rustled down. When Liu pushed open the courtyard gate, this was the sight that greeted him. The man was reading, young, clad in plain Confucian robes, with not a trace of cultivation about him, as if he were merely a scholar, as the world said.
"You're here."
The man in the recliner looked at him, his expression calm. Liu hesitated for a moment, then bowed slightly in his direction.
"By the human emperor's command, I have come to see you,"
he said. Though he did not understand, he thought that perhaps Lin Fan possessed some other ability that had earned his father's regard. Since he was a worthy scholar, he deserved a bow. The Great Tang now faced invasion from foreign tribes, beset by both external threats and internal strife, yet few took him, its sovereign, seriously. He urgently needed someone who could devise strategies for him. Lin Fan nodded.
"What do you wish to ask, or what do you wish to learn?"
Lin Fan said, coming straight to the point, causing Li's carefully prepared words to catch in his throat. He looked at Lin Fan, trying to find some flicker of emotion on his face, but those eyes remained as placid as ever, like a vast ocean. He was the sovereign of the Great Tang. Did he not care even about that? After a long moment, he drew a deep breath.
"I wish to ask, what path should the Great Tang take in the future, and what should I do?"
he asked, regarding Lin Fan as the peerless strategist the human emperor had found for him. A strategist could calculate a nation's future, and that was precisely what he needed now. Lin Fan glanced at him, paused briefly, then shook his head with a smile. He knew Liu must have misunderstood something.
"The future of the Great Tang is for you, as its sovereign, to contemplate. As for what to do, I am merely a scholar, and understand nothing of such matters. If I must say something, it is that man can conquer heaven. The future of the Great Tang rests entirely with you."
Lin Fan spoke as if he had answered, yet as if he had said nothing at all. Liu fell silent. He had not expected such a reply. He was merely a scholar who understood nothing. Why had his father sent him to seek this man out?
"Then what can you do?"
he asked again. Lin Fan smiled faintly.
"I know a little about everything. It depends on what you wish to learn." "Learn what?"
Liu focused his mind and scrutinized Lin Fan once more. Even knowing that he was the current sovereign of the Great Tang, Lin Fan had shown not the slightest ripple of emotion, as if the sovereign of the Great Tang was no different from an ordinary person in his eyes. Suddenly he recalled the words the human emperor had spoken to him. His name is Lin Fan. Should the Great Tang be in danger, or if you have problems with cultivation, go to him. As long as he is here, the Great Tang will not fall. These earnest words were like an entrustment of an orphan. He had entrusted himself and the entire Great Tang into Lin Fan's hands. After a long silence, he drew another deep breath and bowed to Lin Fan.
"My father said, I am a sacred body born to command the source of all flames. Cultivating flame arts and comprehending the Dao of fire comes to me with 1,000-fold ease. Yet my comprehension of fire has only reached the initial stage of half-step artistic conception, inferior even to the students of the Imperial Academy. A student younger than me has already surpassed me. Can you help me?"
he said. A sacred body could naturally perceive the Dao with an affinity for it far beyond ordinary people, yet he had fallen behind a genius of the Imperial Academy. He found it unbearable. Lin Fan looked at him. Li's sacred body was fully revealed in Lin Fan's eyes. Its essence, its root, everything was instantly seen through by Lin Fan. Li's spirit trembled. He too felt that gaze, as if it dissected and analyzed his entire body, leaving him with no secrets. It was him. He stared at Lin Fan, his expression shaken. Could he have been wrong?
"A sacred body is born with a sliver of Dao origin within, truly extraordinary. The path to sainthood in the future will be much smoother for you than for others,"
Lin Fan said. He saw the sliver of flame origin hidden within Li's body, a flame origin that constantly nourished his physique, giving him a head start. However, Lin Fan had seen and comprehended far too many such origins. When he comprehended the Dao, he immersed himself directly in the source of the Dao. As for the Dao of fire, he had also comprehended it, not extensively, but enough to match an ordinary sage.
What?
Li Yu was astounded. This was his greatest secret, the origin of his sacred body, and Lin Fan had seen through it with a single glance. How was this possible? He was about to speak when the courtyard gate was pushed open again. A young man entered carrying a scabbard on his back and a twig tucked into his belt. His entire being exuded a sharpness that made Li Yu's body tense involuntarily. Qin Ming, the foremost prodigy of the Imperial Academy. The very person he had mentioned who made him feel a hint of threat. Why was he here too? Qin Ming also saw Li Yu in the courtyard. He naturally knew the sovereign of the Great Tang. He paused briefly, then turned his gaze to Lin Fan on the recliner. He bowed respectfully to Lin Fan.
Master, I wish to join the Southern Expedition Army and temper my sword Dao on the battlefield,
he said with utmost seriousness. Li Yu looked at him, sensing his cultivation level, and his expression tightened again. His cultivation had already caught up with his own. Both were at the peak of the condensing core stage. And Qin Ming's comprehension of the Dao had already reached the level of artistic conception. Did that mean he was now completely no match for him? Lin Fan looked at Qin Ming.
If you wish to go, then go. Just don't let hatred cloud your mind.
He knew that Qin Ming's journey was not solely for cultivation. They had fled from the south, and his entire family had died at the hands of the barbarians. Hatred for the barbarians had always been suppressed in his heart. Hearing this, Qin Ming bowed to Lin Fan again.
Master, I understand.
He turned, and behind him someone had already arrived without his notice. Qin Ge had also come. Dressed in a green gown, holding a zither, as still as a secluded lotus, she simply gazed at him. Qin Ming paused, wanting to say something, but not knowing what. Suddenly Qin Ge broke into a radiant smile. The world seemed to brighten.
Brother, take care on your journey,
she said. Qin Ming also smiled, nodded heavily, gently stroked Qin Ge's head, as he had done in their childhood, then glanced at Li Yu and left the courtyard. Li Yu watched this scene the entire time. He had heard that Qin Ming had a sister, a companion reader for a legitimate daughter of the Yuan clan, stunningly beautiful. Now that he saw her, she was indeed beautiful. But what shocked him most was her cultivation level. He could not see through it at all. How was this possible? The Divine Platform Stage. At such an age, the Divine Platform Stage surpassing even his sacred body. Upon arriving at the library, Qin Ge no longer used the page of all things born that Lin Fan had written to conceal her cultivation, and her true level was fully revealed. The first level of the Divine Platform Stage.
Master!
Like Qin Ming, she bowed respectfully to Lin Fan on the recliner. Lin Fan nodded slightly. He had not expected Qin Ge to have such talent in the way of the zither. Although his Dao resonance had aided her, most of her comprehension came from herself.
Indeed, you have forged your own path. All things return to their origins, ceaselessly cycling through birth and decay. Every life's emergence and demise leaves a trace to be discerned. The cycle of all things is the path of life and also the path of creation.
Lin Fan spoke his calm words, dissecting the essence of the cycle of all things once more. Qin Ge listened intently, the true intent of life surging within her, as she continuously validated her own Dao. Li Yu stood by, utterly astonished. Another one at the level of artistic conception. And she had already advanced far within this realm. She was even more prodigious than Qin Ming. Yet there were few rumors about her within Shangjing. Qin Ge. He gazed at the woman before him, committing her name to memory. His eyes then fell upon Lin Fan reclining in his chair, and he couldn't help but draw a deep breath. This was hardly the pedantic scholar rumored to merely guard the library. What scholar could articulate the Dao with such ease and enlighten others with casual guidance? No wonder an unknown like Qin Ming had swiftly risen to become the foremost talent of the Imperial Academy and the premier prodigy of Shangjing. It was all because of him.
A breakthrough!
As the aura within the small courtyard shifted, Qin Ge broke through to a new realm. Li Ye's expression trembled. At present, not a single young cultivator in Shenjing had reached the divine altar realm, yet here stood a woman who had not only achieved it, but had advanced further within it. In comparison, what was his saintly constitution worth? Lin Fan watched the scene with a smile on his face.
The path of the zither truly suits you, and the melody cycle of all things is fitting as well,
Lin Fan said, and Qin Ge responded with a radiant smile. The woman known as the Cold Beauty in the Yu Mansion had revealed her smile time and again here.
Next time you come, I will gift you another melody. In a month's time,
Lin Fan stated. His journey would take about a month, he estimated.
Yes, master,
Qin Ge replied, then glanced at Li Yu, who smiled back. She nodded in acknowledgement. She did not recognize Li Yu, the lord of the Great Tang, the powerful clans. None of them had ever mattered to her. Only her brother and her master held any significance. Yet, since he had come here, he must be someone valued by her master. Qin Ge left behind some tea leaves she had gathered, poured a cup for Lin Fan, and then departed the courtyard, leaving only Li Yu behind. This time Li Yu harbored no doubts. His eyes full of reverence, he bowed deeply to Lin Fan.
Master,
he addressed Lin Fan as Qin Ming, and Qin Ge did. Lin Fan nodded slightly. He took a sip of tea and rose to his feet. With that simple action, Li Yu felt as if the entire world's motion had paused for a moment, and the flame origin within him trembled, as if paying homage.
You possess a saintly constitution, and have already glimpsed the flame origin, something usually only cultivators at the Dao's severing peak can perceive. But experiencing it too early is not necessarily beneficial.
Lin Fan extended a finger. A spark of fire kindled at its tip, then blossomed into a small flame. Li Ye's spirit shook, his gaze fixed entirely upon that flickering ember.
You have witnessed the grandeur of fire, yet failed to grasp its essence. That is why you have been unable to comprehend the artistic conception of flame. A saintly constitution can sometimes be a shackle. Calm your heart and contemplate deeply.
The flame on his fingertip trembled slightly, as if imbued with spirit, then flew to the center of Li Ye's forehead. Countless insights into the path of flame poured into Li Ye's mind. Li Ye's expression jolted, and flame surged within his pupils. The next moment, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate on the spot. Lin Fan smiled faintly at the sight, and resumed his reclining position to read. Cultivation was always their own affair. Whether Qin Ming, Qin Ge, or Li Yu, he merely pointed the way for them. Of course, understanding one's own Dao was what countless cultivators in this world sought in vain. Lin Fan simply laid the path before them. They only needed to take the first step forward. As expected of a flame saintly constitution, Li Yu awakened within half an instant stick's time. His aura had shifted, and a hint of artistic conception now emanated from him. He had finally comprehended the artistic conception of flame. He clenched his fist, his face alight with excitement. Not only had he grasped the flame's artistic conception, but he now understood the path of cultivation ahead.
Thank you, master.
He bowed deeply, prostrating himself. In that moment, only reverence for Lin Fan remained. Though he knew not Lin Fan's exact cultivation level, he must be one of the few formidable powerhouses in the Great Tang, at the Heavenly Being realm, or even the Dao's severing realm. No wonder his father had entrusted him to his care.
You were born with the Great Dao's origin upon you. What you lack is not insight into the Dao, but a cultivation method suited to you. These are some characters I wrote in my spare time. Take them,
Lin Fan said, and a single page drifted into Li Ye's hand. Li Yu gazed at the paper, and with a single glance his entire mind was immersed within. To an ordinary person this page bore only the character fire, but to Li Yu it was a sacred scripture of flame. That tiny fire character contained unimaginable Dao principles of fire.
I will be away for a while. Do not come within this month,
Lin Fan added. Li Yu snapped back to reality, looking at Lin Fan in bewilderment. Then, as if understanding something, he was overcome with joy.
Yes,
he replied respectfully. Do not come this month meant he could return afterward.
I cherish tranquility and dislike disturbance. This place is but a barren mountain with a remote library. There is no need to let others know. Before you leave, go take a look behind the courtyard.
Lin Fan continued. He picked up a book from the stone chair beside him, dusted it off, and walked toward the library. The banyan tree that shaded Lin Fan swayed gently, as if it had awakened sentience, bowing in farewell. Liu paused briefly, then nodded and bowed as well. He left the courtyard and followed the cobblestone path around the stone wall encircling the library, where a small grave stood in quiet solitude. The tombstone bore an inscription, "Tomb of the 26th Human Emperor of Qingzhou." Li Ye's expression shook, and he turned his gaze toward the library, drawing a deep breath.
So that's how it is,
he murmured, then knelt before the small grave.
Father, now I understand why you told me to come to him. As you said, the Great Tang's survival depends on Master. I did not formally become his disciple, for I saw that they too address him as Master. But I can come here often to seek his guidance and to visit you.
The young emperor's murmurs echoed through the mountains with an indescribable emotion. Sunset gave way to night, and before he knew it, deep darkness had fallen. Under the warm breeze and bright moon, the young emperor departed from the western mountain. Lin Fan, at the age of 33, has reached the pinnacle of the Holy Realm with an unparalleled talent. He possesses 72 unused opportunities for sword path deduction, 9 unused opportunities for comprehending the essence of flames, and 17 unused opportunities for comprehending the essence of thunder. After 3 years, his cultivation has achieved the peak of the Holy Realm, accumulating hundreds of opportunities for comprehension. He could have progressed even faster, but Lin Fan chose the path of returning to the source, refining myriad paths alone, which slowed his advancement. Typically, a saint comprehends only one path, while those with extraordinary talent may walk 2, 3, or more paths, but even the most exceptional won't exceed 9. 9 is the limit, a number determined by heaven, bound by rules. However, from the moment Lin Fan entered the Holy Realm, he shattered this so-called heavenly decree. Each step he took was met with resistance from heaven and earth, constantly subjected to the suppression of the Dao. Every inch of his body was bound by the rules of heaven and earth. Even the sea of souls above him was suppressed by a great cauldron formed from these rules. Yet Lin Fan remained as calm as ever.
Are you truly that afraid?
He said lightly, leaving everyone puzzled as to whom he was addressing. Perhaps it was the rules of this world or the so-called Dao.
Is it useful?
Lin Fan stood up, countless invisible chains of rules shattering inch by inch, only to be replaced by an equal number of new chains in an instant. Lin Fan shook his head, unfazed. Even if his strength was suppressed by over 90%, he could still crush the so-called saints of this world with ease. Who knew if he truly couldn't break free from these shackles of rules?
In the 9 provinces of the human race there are countless books. I should go and take a look. I've been in this world for so many years without truly seeing it.
Lin Fan said casually, taking a book from the shelf and tucking it into his waist. After a moment of contemplation, he also grabbed a wooden sword to hang on his body. With the spirit of a scholar, he set out with his sword to roam the world. It felt akin to his attire from a previous life. Without bidding farewell to anyone, Lin Fan left the library, taking strides of 100 meters, exiting the West Mountain and entering Shengjing.
The barbarian invasion has slaughtered 21 cities of our human race in just 1 month, killing millions, with bones piled high and blood flowing for miles. As humans, we must share in this anger. This expedition to quell the barbarians calls upon all righteous men to join.
Recruitment notices were posted throughout Xinjiang, each word dripping with blood, igniting the fury of countless people, filling the streets with cries for vengeance. Amidst this chaos, Lin Fan walked with little change in expression. In the uproar of the world, he appeared as someone walking beyond the mundane concerns of the human realm.
Young master, the recruitment notice is right in front of you. Do you not even care to glance?
Someone spoke to Lin Fan.
The barbarians have ravaged our land for thousands of miles, yet you remain so calm.
As if resonating with the crowd, more and more people turned to look at him. Lin Fan slightly paused.
I am merely a scholar.
His calm words momentarily stunned the crowd, and before they could respond, his figure had already reached the end of the street, disappearing with another step. The crowd was left in a daze, staring at the scene.
What? Did I see it wrong? When they tried to recall the appearance of the youth, they found it was already a blur, unable to remember his visage. Lin Fan left, not heading south, but west towards another province of the human race, Xuzhou. In this world, there are countless matters, both good and evil. He could not concern himself with them all. He would deal with the barbarians, but not just yet. If he were to act, the barbarians would no longer exist in the world. But the time has not yet come. Though he had reached the peak of the Holy Realm, he had not truly seen through this world. The Xuanhuang Great World was far too vast. Moreover, Lin Fan felt that the Xuanhuang Great World was not the only existing world. There were also beings beyond it. Xuzhou, Songnan County City. The dynasty that rules this vast land of humans is called the Great Song, and Kanglin County City is one of the 4 great county capitals beneath its capital, Bianjing. Here lies an ancient family, the Zhao family, which has inherited for over 10,000 years. Although they are not the direct rulers of Kanglin County City, they are more than capable of acting as such. This day marks the Zhao family's triennial offering and selection of guests. A scholar with a book at his waist and a wooden sword at his side arrived outside the Zhao mansion. Name, place of origin, cultivation level, and any special talents. A young servant clad in blue held a booklet in one hand and a pen in the other, inquiring of Lin Fan. From Qingzhou, with a cultivation level of body refinement, first layer, but I have read countless books. Lin Fan replied, and as his voice faded, he had already entered the Zhao mansion, leaving the blue-clad servant behind with a stunned expression. Body refinement, first layer. Such a cultivation level desires to become a guest at the Zhao mansion. Although the Zhao mansion has another standard for special talents, reading countless books hardly qualifies as such. The human race is weak and myriad races gaze hungrily. In this situation, what use is reading? Stop! He hurriedly called out, but Lin Fan had already vanished from sight. Inside the great courtyard of the Zhao mansion, the crowd was bustling, some adorned with long knives, others bearing long swords exuding a fierce aura, each possessing considerable strength. They listened intently to a speaker in the hall, each one filled with battle intent. As long as you become a guest of the Zhao mansion, you will receive a monthly salary of 10,000 taels. Those who achieve merit will be granted a residence in the inner city of Kanglin County City. Moreover, you will be protected by the Zhao mansion, holding a status equal to the children of the Zhao family. Such words stirred great excitement among those in attendance. Lin Fan paid no heed to these matters. He was only interested in the Zhao mansion's library. A family with a history of 10,000 years has a collection that rivals that of the royal family. He passed through the crowd and entered the back courtyard of the Zhao mansion, as if entering an uninhabited realm, making his way towards the most magnificent pavilion within. Zhao family library. Young master, have you taken a wrong turn? The selection of guests is in the front courtyard. This is the forbidden area of our Zhao mansion, the library. It's forbidden for anyone not of the Zhao family to step in. A young man blocked his path, sword in hand, speaking coldly. Lin Fan merely smiled lightly and continued forward. Impudence! Xuanhuang shouted, drawing his sword and slashing towards Lin Fan, intending to slay this intruder who dared to enter the library. The sword swept across 100 meters, creating ripples in the void, even slicing through the young man's body, yet he continued to move forward. It was as if the sword light had merely passed through emptiness. Xuanhuang looked at this scene in shock, then turned to gaze at the figure that had already stepped into the library, involuntarily taking a deep breath. A master. An unparalleled master. Having long heard of such transcendent beings, who can reverse aging and maintain eternal youth, this person must be one of them. Should I notify the family elders? He held his sword, slightly dazed, then followed into the library. Normally such commotion would have already alerted the family elders, yet there was still no sign of their movement. This only proves that he has cut off the elders' ability to investigate. The crisscrossing library, 9 stories high, housed rows of ancient texts and scrolls. The first floor mostly contained records of strange occurrences and secret histories seldom consulted by anyone. Above were the cultivation scriptures, martial techniques, and mystical arts, the accumulated legacy of the Zhao clan spanning over 10,000 years.
Xuanhuang had initially assumed this sudden visitor was after the Zhao clan's supreme martial arts of creation and heavenly man realm, yet to his surprise the man halted on the first floor. He merely picked up a book detailing local customs and folklore and began reading. "There are better ones upstairs." Xuanhuang followed and spoke. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he felt something amiss. Logically, this person should be a thief. Books know no hierarchy, nor should a scholar discriminate against them. Even the worst tome holds a kernel of truth. One must simply extract the essence and discard the dross. Lin Fen said, setting down the book and picking up another. Su Ling's travels was nothing but plain vernacular. Xuanhuang listened, momentarily stunned. The words seemed reasonable, but could these records of strange tales truly compare to the scriptures of creation and heavenly man? He could not fathom this man. Here he was ignoring the Zhao clan's most precious martial arts, instead perusing these neglected tomes on the first floor. Time slipped by and half a day passed. The selection of retainers in the front courtyard had already concluded, yet Lin Fan remained on the first floor, with Gao Kuani still following. He realized this eminent man seemed to have no other purpose than to read. Until nightfall. "Are your books for sale?" Suddenly a voice rang out, jolting Xuanhuang awake. He looked at Lin Fan, lips parted as if to speak, yet for a moment he found no words. For sale. This was the Zhao clan's library. Who would dare propose buying their scriptures? Still he dared not offend the man before him. "Senior, I cannot decide on the sale of the library's scriptures alone. I must consult the elders of my clan," he said, after a moment of concentration. Lin Fan nodded. "Then go and ask," he said, unbothered, picking up another book. Xuanhuang bowed slightly and departed. After about half an hour, several gusts of wind howled into the library, and a few figures accompanied Xuanhuang as they appeared. Their gazes fell upon Lin Fan. "Body refinement, first layer," someone said, skeptical. "It doesn't seem like he's concealing his cultivation, but—" The men focused. The young man appeared ordinary except for his looks, yet he exuded an indescribable aura. They looked at Xuanhuang, who nodded solemnly. Their expressions tightened. They did not disturb Lin Fan, merely watching from the side. The library was silent save for the rustling of pages turned and the occasional nightingale's song drifting through the window. After a long while, Lin Fan set down his book, looked at them, and smiled faintly. "I wish to buy books. What price do you ask?" Lin Fen said, seeing through their cultivation at a glance, one at the heavenly man realm, the others at the creation realm. They were startled. He truly wanted to buy books. They exchanged glances, pondering briefly. "And what price can you offer, young master?" They asked, not outright refusing Lin Fan's proposal. Xuanhuang's eyes widened. Were the elders genuinely considering selling the books? "Whatever you deem fit," Lin Fan said with a light smile. The Zhao elders drew a deep breath, and the heavenly man realm's supreme elder stepped forward, cupping his hands. "I ask that you kill a man for us," he said, his eyes enigmatic and profound. The other elders tensed with anxiety at his words. Lin Fan looked at him. "Who?" "Lin Weiyan, the state preceptor of the Great Song dynasty." At these words the atmosphere in the library froze. Xuanhuang stared at the supreme elder in disbelief. State preceptor Lin Weiyan was the foremost figure beneath the human emperor of Great Song. Rumors even claimed Lin Weiyan had stepped into the Dao's severing realm. With the human emperor absent, the entire imperial court of Great Song was virtually Lin Weiyan's sole domain. Lin Weiyan, though honored as the state preceptor of Great Song, is in truth a hybrid of human and demon blood. The demon race is one of the 10 supreme clans of the Xuanhuang Grand World. Our clan's death warriors once infiltrated the capital and uncovered a secret. Lin Weiyan has long submitted to the demon race, acting as their agent to control Great Song, intending to deliver our entire nation to them. The sudden disappearance of the human emperor may be connected to him. For the sake of the billions of humans in Great Song, this man must die. Though we do not know your exact cultivation, it should not be weaker than mine. I beseech you to act and help us suppress Lin Weiyan. Nor will you act alone. Our Zhao clan has already contacted several heavenly man realm experts, and with the full strength of our clan, we may yet have a chance to suppress him. The Zhao clan's supreme elder spoke gravely, then bowed deeply to Lin Fan along with the other elders. Xuanhuang stood aside, utterly awestruck. State Preceptor Lin Weiyan, the second most powerful human in Xuzhou, had already defected to the demon race. The capital had proclaimed the human emperor was in seclusion, comprehending the sacred path, yet could there be such a secret, had the human emperor been murdered by Lin Weiyan? But could the Zhao clan truly accomplish such a earth-shattering feat? Killing the state preceptor, the second most powerful in Great Song, who would dare accept? In truth, not only he but also the supreme elder, and the other elders thought the same. They were merely trying their utmost. Even if Lin Fan refused, they would still go to the capital to kill Lin Weiyan. If this man lived, Great Song was doomed. They were merely seeking an additional ally. This mysterious visitor might be able to aid them. Very well, but I want all the books in your entire library. The next moment a voice rang out, and they were all taken aback. They stared at Lin Fan, incredulous. He had agreed to go to the capital and kill the state preceptor of Great Song. Lin Weiyan may have already entered the Dao's severing realm. Lin Fan nodded, his calm unwavering, as if it were a casual remark. They tried to read his expression, but saw only serenity. Not only the books of our Zhao clan's library, but if you desire more, our clan will spare no effort to seek them, for you, said the supreme elder. Lin Fan nodded with a faint smile. Good. Then I shall take my reward now. With a slight wave of his hand, all the books in the library floated into the air. Then with a sweep of his sleeve, every book vanished. They watched in awe. A universe within his sleeve. What kind of technique was that? Xuanhuang, you and I share a certain fate. Lin Fan pointed into the void, and a spark of light flew into Xuanhuang's brow. Immediately an elusive Dao rhythm emanated from him. Since I have received my payment, I must take my leave. Do not seek my origins. I am merely a scholar occasionally visiting this world. The fate of Great Song rests in your hands. As his words faded, Lin Fan had vanished. They stared in stunned silence, then bowed toward the void in unison. Killing Lin Weiyan was a near impossible task. Since he had accepted, he was a hero of humanity worthy of their bow. Now that he had departed, they too must set out. Their expressions solemn, they all nodded. Lin Fan did not walk quickly. He hitched a ride on a horse-drawn carriage, reading a book while listening to tales of the customs and traditions of the Great Song. Thus he leisurely made his way toward Bianjing. Among the 9 provinces, the Great Song is undoubtedly the most devoted to literature. It is said that the founding emperor Song Taizu entered the Dao through literature and nearly achieved sainthood. Even though no one has since entered the Dao through literature, the Great Song still preserves many academies, and within the court there remain a few civil officials who do not cultivate martial arts. Young master, you must be heading to the Bianjing Academy, right? Said a graceful and gentle woman inside the carriage. Beside her sat 2 maidservants, who had been watching Lin Fan warily the entire journey, fearing he might harbor ill intentions. Yet to their surprise, Lin Fan had truly spent the whole trip reading. Bianjing Academy. Lin Fan looked up upon hearing this, then shook his head with a smile. No, I am merely entrusted to kill someone in Bianjing. As Lin Fan spoke, the atmosphere inside the carriage suddenly stiffened, and several pairs of eyes fell upon him. He appeared as a gentle young master like polished jade despite carrying a sword. Yet there was not a trace of murderous aura about him, and his cultivation was merely at the first level of body refinement. He claimed he was going to Bianjing to commit murder. The 3 women exchanged glances and then laughed. Then who does the young master intend to kill? The elegant young lady asked. Lin Weiyan. At the mention of that name, the carriage fell silent for a moment. Young master certainly knows how to jest. The Grand Preceptor governs the court with countless experts under his command. Even a celestial being would not dare to claim they could kill him. I never expected the young master to be so humorous and witty, the elegant young lady said with a smile. The 2 maidservants joined in the laughter, as if their wariness of Lin Fan had diminished. Lin Fan merely smiled faintly, and did not explain. Bianjing, the capital of the Great Song dynasty, drew streams of people from all directions. Their carriage blended into the crowd unremarkable.
"Miss, we have entered the capital,"
came the coachman's voice from outside. The coachman was also a formidable cultivator at the divine altar realm, hinting that the noble lady inside the carriage was no ordinary person.
"Brother Lin, do you have a place to stay in Bianjing? If not, why not come back to our residence with us?"
Chu Yin said, extending an invitation to Lin Fan. The two maidservants were slightly astonished. They had never seen their young lady treat a man with such warmth and enthusiasm. Lin Fan looked up, but did not answer her. Instead, he gazed outside the carriage. Even the coachman who had been urging the horse wore a grave expression. A towering, bare-chested man 9 feet tall strode from the end of the long street toward the imperial palace. With each step, the very ground seemed to tremble.
"Mountain-moving venerable Xuanhuang."
The coachman's voice came from outside, trembling with fear. The 3 women inside the carriage shuddered in unison. To be called a venerable meant he was a celestial being. They pulled back the carriage curtain and saw the figure, a 9-foot frame that seemed to carry the entire heavens and earth as he advanced, making the entire street quake. Xuanhuang passed by the carriage without paying it any heed. His gaze was fixed on the imperial palace at the end of the street, as if that was the only thing he saw.
"He is gathering his momentum,"
Lin Fan said. He had arrived not too late, but at just the right moment. Celestial beings were converging on Bianjing to kill the Grand Preceptor of the Great Song. Chu Yin and the 2 maidservants tensed, not because of Lin Fan's words, but because another figure appeared in the sky above. A gale gathered across the heavens, and earth coalescing into countless wind blades. Amidst those blades, a man with white hair and a long robe stepped forth, heading toward the palace.
"Wind venerable Yan Chan Kong."
Another celestial being.
"There's more."
A sword streaked across the sky, traversing 1,000 meters, in an instant transforming into an old man who stood atop a giant sword, his sword intent sweeping in all directions.
"Heavenly sword venerable."
At the same time, a voice resounded within Bianjing.
"Grand Preceptor Lin Weiyan is of half-demon blood. He murdered the human emperor, betrayed the human race, and massacred our kin in Bianjing. He must be punished by all under heaven."
Hearing this, Chu Yin turned her head sharply, shock etched on her face.
"Father!"
It was the head of the Chu clan, a powerful family in Bianjing, who had stepped forward first to denounce the Grand Preceptor's crimes. Behind him stood the experts of the Chu family. Not only the Chu family, but other great clans also voiced their support. From outside Bianjing, countless figures flew in, tens of thousands, including the Supreme Elder of the Su family.
"Supreme Elder Su, another celestial being has arrived."
Celestial beings were the pinnacle of human combat power. In just a few moments, 4 had appeared with countless creation realm and divine ability experts below them.
"Lin Weiyan, the human race treated you well, yet you repay us like this. You deserve death. Where is the human emperor? What have you done to him?"
The chorus of accusations shook all of Bianjing. Countless onlookers watched in horror. The Grand Preceptor had rebelled, and the human emperor was not in seclusion, comprehending the Dao of sainthood. These revelations were hard to accept in such a short time. Inside the carriage, Chu Yan's expression grew solemn, as if she understood something.
"Now I know why Father sent us out of Bianjing. He and the others have been planning this for a long time,"
she said. The coachman's expression also changed. Lin Fan watched the scene quietly. Soon a counterattack came from the direction of the imperial palace.
"Utter nonsense. You take advantage of the human emperor's seclusion to stage a coup. That is the true rebellion. The Grand Preceptor has dedicated himself to the Great Song. How dare you slander him?"
A general clad in golden armor soared into the sky, wielding a great halberd. His aura was also that of a celestial being. As his voice echoed, legions of soldiers emerged in Bianjing. A sky-covering formation enveloped the entire city, and the families loyal to the Grand Preceptor sent forth their experts.
"Rebelling against your superiors and defaming the Grand Preceptor, you shall die."
The great battle was about to erupt. In an instant, experts clashed. The mountain-moving venerable stomped the ground and soared into the air, shattering the earth for 1,000 meters around, as if a layer had collapsed. He tore through the sky with a single punch and engaged the golden-armored general in combat. From one great clan emerged an ancient relic wielding a long hook that pierced the heavens, instantly killing hundreds of the attackers. Another celestial being.
That is the supreme elder of the Wu family.
Inside the carriage, the two maidservants trembled as they watched the scene in the sky.
It's the clan head. He's fighting the Wu family's supreme elder.
The Chu family's supreme elder was also a celestial being. Surrounded by lightning, he struck out with a palm, carrying immense force, sending the Wu elder's long hook flying and halting his slaughter.
How could this happen?
Chu Yan trembled. In mere moments, all of Bianjing had descended into chaos, with carnage everywhere. Even her father was caught up in it. Suddenly, she turned to Lin Fan. Earlier he had said he was also here to kill the Grand Preceptor. Was he one of the participants? However, she quickly dismissed the thought. He was merely at the first level of body refinement, a scholar. How could he possibly be involved in such a fierce battle? He likely just happened to know something.
Quick, let's return to the Chu residence.
Feeling the escalating carnage across Bianjing, Chu Yan urged. The coachman cracked his whip, and the bloodline warhorse beneath him neighed as it galloped down the long street. Chu Yan's and her two maidservants' hearts leaped into their throats. In an instant, a long blade fell from the sky, piercing straight through the warhorse, which was at the spirit connection realm. The horse let out only a whimper before falling silent. The coachman stepped forward, steadying the carriage with sheer force. Looking ahead, a man in luxurious robes approached slowly. The long blade hummed as it returned to his hand. He was the one who had struck.
I didn't expect to encounter the carriage of the Chu family's young miss here,
he said. As his voice rang out, figures appeared one after another, filling the entire street, and an invisible formation descended upon them.
I wonder how much you mean to that Chu celestial. If I capture you, it might have some effect on him,
he said, his gaze locking onto the carriage, where he could see the four people inside. The two maidservants guarded Chu Yan closely, while a young man only at the first level of body refinement was completely ignored by him.
How dare you!
The coachman erupted with the aura of the divine altar realm. With a flick of his whip, its outer shell fell away, revealing an iron rod, and he stepped forward to block the carriage.
Had divine altar realm guard, not weak but a pity,
the man said, unconcerned about the coachman, his eyes fixed on Chu Yan. Someone behind him stepped forward and whispered a few words, and the man's face lit up with delight.
So you're the Celestial's only daughter. It seems you'll earn merit today. Capturing you might even earn you a promotion of 3 ranks.
He said no more and struck without hesitation. His long blade swung, sending out crescent-shaped blade lights, each capable of cleaving a small hill in two. He was at the peak of the divine altar realm and had mastered a formidable martial technique, while the coachman was only at the 3rd level of divine altar. From the moment they clashed, the coachman was at a disadvantage, barely able to defend himself. Moreover, over 100 onlookers watched hungrily, the weakest among them at the spirit connection realm. Inside the carriage, Chu Yan watched the scene, then turned to Lin Fan with an apologetic look.
Brother Lin, I'm sorry for dragging you into this.
She spoke as if she already knew her fate. She should have listened to her father and not returned. He was battling the Wu family's celestial, and if she were captured, it would severely affect him. In a battle between celestials, a single moment of distraction could lead to death and annihilation. She could not let that happen. With that thought, a glimmer of deathly resolve welled up in her eyes. Lin Fan looked at her and shook his head slightly. His gaze shifted beyond the carriage, not to the fight between the coachman and the bladed man, but to the battle in the heavens above. Besides the Chu family, Celestial Grand Supreme Su moving Mountain Venerable, and Wind Venerable, 3 more celestials had arrived, the strongest among them already at the half-step Dao Severance realm. She was a woman clad in black robes. Where she stood, the entire sky seemed to darken, her form looming over the earth, with the night at her back.
The Dao of Darkness,
Lin Fan murmured. The other celestials had been intercepted, but she alone had gravely wounded the one who opposed her with a single strike, and now stood above the Great Song Imperial Palace.
Eternal Night Venerable,
someone in Bianjing cried out in shock. She alone seemed capable of plunging all of Bianjing into eternal night. Lin Weiyan was known as the second under heaven in Great Song, and she was the third.
Lin Weiyan, show yourself,
she said calmly, her voice soft yet impossible to ignore. Even many battles in Bianjing halted at her words. Including the fight before the carriage, the bladed man stopped looking up at the eternal Knight Venerable. The coachman stumbled back to the side of the carriage, coughing up blood. His aura instantly withered, and he collapsed beside the vehicle.
Uncle Wang!
Xuanhuang cried out. The coachman barely opened his eyes.
Young miss, I'm sorry. I won't be able to protect you anymore.
As he spoke, the life force within him ebbed away, and he was on the verge of death. But just as his last spark of vitality was about to fade, a hand suddenly rested upon him, and his parched body surged with life once more. He looked up at the person before him, astonishment flooding his face. It was the scholar they had casually picked up along the way. The young man now had a hand on him, smiling faintly.
Just get some good sleep.
The gentle words caused every muscle in his body to relax instantly. The tension that had gripped him dissipated, and he fell into a deep slumber. Xuanhuang and the two maidservants stared at the scene, equally amazed.
Brother Lin, are you a physician?
They asked. Lin Fan was taken aback for a moment.
You could say that.
The Dao of life was also a physician's method, albeit a more direct one.
But?
Xuanhuang looked at the coachman, whose breathing had stabilized, then at the bladed man, and the surrounding crowd, her face still etched with worry. The bladed man considered them already in his grasp, so he didn't hurry to act, instead focusing on the eternal Knight Venerable in the sky. Once they made a move, they would still be captured.
Wu Xinya!
A voice rang out from the Great Song Imperial Palace, drawing all eyes to the figure emerging from within. Clad in a white robe with a benevolent countenance and a smile on his lips, he radiated light like a deity. At his appearance, many people bowed in his direction.
Imperial Preceptor!
Even the Celestials bowed. The bladed man did the same, a sight that momentarily stunned even Lin Fan. An Imperial Preceptor of a nation, yet he felt more like the leader of a cult. He wasn't the human emperor, yet he carried an air of imperial authority.
Where is the human emperor?
Wu Xinya, the eternal Knight Venerable, looked at Lin Weiyan and asked. Lin Weiyan smiled faintly.
The human emperor is naturally in seclusion. Before he entered seclusion, he specifically instructed me to oversee Great Song and not to disturb him unless the nation faced extinction. I believe the human emperor has already touched the threshold of sainthood.
He then turned his gaze to the many people in Bianjing who had come to kill him.
Are you rebels attacking while the human emperor is in seclusion on the verge of attaining sainthood? Our human race has not seen a saint in tens of thousands of years, which is why we have always been constrained by other races. Now that the human emperor has finally touched that realm, can you bear the responsibility if you hinder his path to sainthood?
Word by word his speech shook countless people, even stirring doubt in Grand Supreme Su and the Chu family celestial. The human sovereign was about to attain sainthood. If what Lin Weiyan said was true, and their actions caused the human sovereign's failure in seclusion to break through to the saint realm, they would be sinners for eternity. The blood-stained history of humanity spanning tens of thousands of years was due to the absence of a saint. They barely survived under the lingering blessings of ancient saints. If a saint were to emerge among humanity, everything would be utterly different. The current structure of the human race would be rewritten. Races like the barbarian and stone tribes would no longer dare to invade human territories freely, and humanity could truly stand tall within the Xuanhuang great world.
Nonsense! The human sovereign is not in Bianjing at all. The Qianquan mirror has long lost his image. The last scene it showed was of you with him. The human sovereign's disappearance must be connected to you. What have you done to him?
Amidst the wavering hearts, a voice rang out, drawing everyone's gaze. It was the Chu family's celestial, being a close aide to the human sovereign. He held an ancient bronze mirror. Its surface shimmered with holy light, entwined with a trace of Dao resonance. It was the Great Song dynasty's sacred artifact, the Qianquan mirror. It could reflect unknown scenes and possessed unfathomable power. At that moment, an image emerged within the Qianquan mirror. Beneath the night sky, a majestic figure stood in the void, turning back for a longing glance, his eyes filled with reluctance. Then he departed with the moonlight and never returned. The scene shifted downward, revealing Lin Weiyan. A strange smile curled upon his face.
The human sovereign is nothing special.
He spoke as faint words echoed from the Xuanhuang mirror, shaking countless beings in the heavens and earth. They stared at him in disbelief. The human sovereign is nothing special. How dare he utter such words? Lin Weiyan's smile froze as he glared at the Chu family celestial being, his killing intent unmistakable.
I thought the Xuanhuang mirror was taken by him, but it turns out it's in your hands. He must have trusted you deeply. How I miscalculated one step,
he said, still wearing a calm expression even after being exposed. The Xuanhuang mirror, a sacred artifact left by an ancient saint, was one of the Great Song dynasty's foundations, and now served as undeniable evidence. With such irrefutable proof, any further words were futile.
State Preceptor, is what he said true?
The celestial beings, who had sided with Lin Weiyan, turned to him demanding an answer. They could hardly believe that the State Preceptor they trusted so deeply had betrayed the Great Song and abandoned humanity, making them accomplices to his treachery. Lin Weiyan glanced at them, his face icy.
Humanity has been weak for nearly 100,000 years. Extinction is only a matter of time. The peak races simply haven't acted yet. Now that the demon race has set its sights on this land, humanity has no chance of survival. In the future, humans will only become blood food for demons. I merely chose my side early. Perhaps humanity's continuation will depend on me after all. Knowing when to bow is the true path to survival. You are all too foolish.
He spoke not to a select few, but to the countless humans in all of Yinjing.
Stubborn resistance leads only to annihilation. Only by submitting to the demon race can humanity survive in this great age. Do you truly believe a saintless race can endure? Moreover, do you really think humanity's lack of saints is solely due to internal reasons?
His words sent a shock through the crowd. Since the fall of the last ancient human saint, nearly 100,000 years had passed without a new saint emerging. They had always believed it was because no peerless prodigy had appeared. Could there be another reason? Inside the carriage, Lin Fan paused, recalling the injury of the Great Tang's human sovereign, and seemed to grasp something. Lin Weiyan laughed.
It's because some powerful races in the Xuanhuang Great World forbid humanity from having a saint. Anyone who attempts to ascend to sainthood faces their purge, either wounded or killed. Humanity is a cursed race, no longer tolerated by the Xuanhuang Great World.
His final words left countless people stunned. A purge by powerful races. A cursed race. How could this be? Why? Their eyes all fixed on Lin Weiyan. He merely shook his head with a bitter smile. In truth, he didn't know the reason either, but these thoughts filled him with despair. Under such circumstances, how could humanity rise? Only doom awaited.
A cursed race,
Lin Fan murmured, then shook his head. It seemed humanity's past was a history worth delving into. Something must have happened 100,000 years ago.
We are a cursed race.
Inside the carriage, Chu Yin whispered the mere words, carrying a sense of despair. Powerful races kept watch over humanity. Any human who might achieve sainthood faced their purge. No matter how they struggled, extinction was the only outcome.
A cursed race? Perhaps not. Could it be that they are afraid?
Lin Fan said, his tone light and carrying a smile. No matter the state of the world, his expression never seemed to change. Always the same calm. Chu Yin and the two maids looked at him. Even the man standing outside the carriage with a long blade turned his gaze to Lin Fan, seeming to notice this youth, with only first-stage body tempering cultivation.
Afraid?
The man asked. Lin Fan smiled faintly.
Afraid of humanity's rise. They cut off history, perhaps to prevent humans from recalling the past. You read too few books and don't know one saying. Humans are the spirit of all beings,
Lin Fan said, holding a book in his hand. He looked like an ordinary scholar, yet, at that moment, he seemed to be cloaked in a holy radiance.
I do not believe it.
This was the Su family celestial being, his body merged with the heaven's invisible blade surging around him, as if the void hid thousands of swords.
What is a cursed race? It is merely their judgment. How can our humanity be defined by them? As long as we live, we will never submit to any race. Humans are not slaves. It was so in the past, and it will be so in the future. Born as humans, even in death we will stand.
His words echoed through Bianjing, shaking countless people, who then followed suit.
Humanity will not yield. We are not a cursed race.
Even the two maids in the carriage shouted, while Xuanhuang clenched her fist, her face resolute.
Heh?
A light laugh came from Lin Weiyan as he looked over the entire city of Bianjing.
Fools! Since you refuse to submit, then die.
With those faint words, a terrifying aura surged from him, surpassing the celestial realm and reaching the Dao's severing stage. Lin Weiyan had truly broken through to the Dao's severing realm on par with the human sovereign.
The state preceptor is right. For humanity's survival, what use is dignity? We are willing to follow you.
There were many who chose to follow Lin Weiyan. In the sky, the eternal night venerable, the Su family celestial being, and the Chu family celestial being watched this scene with a hint of desolation. Corruption had never belonged to Lin Weiyan alone. The righteousness of the human race and eternal legacy, yet, when true despair looms, there are always those who would forsake it for the sake of survival, even if it means living in degradation.
How could this be?
Xuanhuang and the others stared at the scene in utter disbelief. Though Lin Weiyan's scheme had been exposed, so many still chose to stand by his side. Lin Fan observed the scene with indifference.
Such is human nature. Those who can hold fast to their true heart are but few. If one knows a path leads to certain death, who would truly be willing to tread it? For them to live is to have hope. If even living is beyond reach, what dignity can be spoken of?
His calm words carried a hint of nonchalance, like a bystander coldly observing the world and passing judgment on its affairs. A trace of annoyance flickered in Xuanhuang's eyes.
Then is dignity not important?
She demanded. The two maidservants and those outside the carriage also turned their gaze to Lin Fan, for this was the answer they sought. Lin Fan shook his head.
The continuation of the human race has never required the abandonment of dignity. Who says humanity is destined for annihilation? Dignity is merely an excuse they fabricate for their own cowardice. Even in the depths of despair there is a glimmer of dawn. Until that moment arrives, who can truly claim to know the future of humanity? Besides, is the human race truly without saints?
His calm words sent a tremor through the crowd. Saints among humans. Is it true? They looked at Lin Fan as if seeking the answer from him. Lin Fan looked up at the sky where the earth-shattering battle had already begun. Eternal Night Venerable conjured the night, plucking a fragment of it to form a sword, and struck at Lin Weiyan. From Lin Weiyan's body erupted boundless radiance. This light pierced the darkness, transforming into countless spears that swept across the entire heavens. Though Eternal Night Venerable did his utmost to defend, he only managed to block the majority. The other celestial realm experts joined the fray, 7 in total, surrounding Lin Weiyan in a coordinated assault. Yet some spears of light still slipped through, falling upon Bianjing. Whether at the divine altar or divine ability realm, all were like ants before these spears, slaughtered mercilessly. With a single strike 1,000 fell. One spear also struck the earth near the carriage, pinning a divine ability realm expert. Xuanhuang and the others were filled with horror. Such was the might of the severed Dao.
I have severed the Dao. How can you withstand me?
Lin Weiyan stepped into the air, alighting at the peak of the heavens, gazing coldly at Eternal Night Venerable and the others.
The human emperor is absent. I am the only severed Dao expert in the great song. By all reason, I should be the human emperor. Your unannounced arrival is an act of defiance. You deserve death.
He overlooked the land of Bianjing like a deity.
Thunder dawn.
A bolt of thunder tore across the sky, stirring countless ripples as it surged toward him. He merely brought down a palm, and a colossal radiant palm descended in response.
Boom!
The one who struck was the celestial expert from the Chu family. With a single blow, he was sent crashing to the ground, his fate unknown.
Father!
Xuanhuang cried out in alarm. But this was only the beginning. The celestial expert from the Su family wielded a blade. With one slash, it seemed the very heavens would be cleaved apart. Yet Lin Weiyan sidestepped the attack, then struck with a palm, sending the Su family expert reeling back, spitting blood.
Eternal night descends.
Darkness fell, plunging countless eyes into shadow. From within that darkness a spear forged of pure night shot forth. Lin Weiyan watched, with a dismissive shake of his head.
Before I severed the Dao, I might have had some regard for you. But now that I have, you are no different from ants to me. All your efforts are in vain.
With a single step, Lin Weiyan's light pierced the long night. The Eternal Night spear halted in Eternal Night Venerable's grasp, annihilated by the radiance, and the Venerable himself retreated, coughing blood. The other celestial experts fared no better. With one step, the 7 celestial experts were routed.
You have not severed the Dao, so you will never understand what it means. It is to sever mortal roots, shed mortal form, and truly transcend all living beings of this world.
He spoke calmly, each word carrying an invincible momentum. The 7 celestial experts stared at him, their expressions grim. Though they knew Lin Weiyan might have severed the Dao, they had not imagined the chasm between the celestial realm and the severed Dao realm could be so vast. They were no match for him at all.
One last word: submit to me, and you shall all live,
he said. In his eyes appeared a hue that did not belong to humans, golden pupils, and a trace of demonic aura emanated from his body. This was the half-demon body.
Absolutely not.
A holy light illuminated the heavens and earth, and a faint sacred presence filled the air. The Chu family celestial expert emerged from a pile of rubble, holding the Xuanhuang mirror, his gaze fixed on Lin Weiyan. Lin Weiyan's eyes finally showed a hint of gravity as he looked at the Xuanhuang mirror in the expert's hands. A sacred artifact demanded cautious respect. To be touched by a shred of sacred will, to bear the word sacred, was to possess unimaginable power. Even a severed Dao expert would perish upon contact. The 7 celestial experts converged, using the Xuanhuang mirror as their shield, confronting Lin Weiyan.
Cough!
The Chu family celestial expert struggled to hold the Xuanhuang mirror, his aura feeble. Driving a sacred artifact with his power was already a stretch, let alone while gravely wounded. But the mirror was bound to him, only he could wield it. He could not hold out for long.
Su Jun, didn't you say you had invited someone, a hidden severed Dao expert? Where is that person?
The Chu family celestial expert asked, turning to the Su family celestial. The Su family celestial's expression faltered. He scanned the land of Bianjing but saw no trace of that figure. Recalling the young man's assurance to him before he left, he shook his head slightly.
I do not know. Perhaps he has not yet arrived.
He refused to believe such a person would break his promise, so he could only think this way.
I think he is afraid,
said Banshan Venerable, half his body pierced by a spear of light, blood gushing forth. He was at his last gasp, his contempt for the mysterious severed Dao expert spoken of by the Su family celestial evident.
After all, he faces a severed Dao expert with a half-demon body, and behind him stands the demon race. To have severed the Dao yet never appear in the world, such a one is nothing but a coward living in hiding. Do not place your hopes on him.
He fixed his gaze on Lin Weiyan, his blood and chi surging. The Su family celestial wanted to retort, but the words died in his throat, leaving only silence.
I can activate the Xuanhuang mirror one more time. Everyone, let us fight with all we have. The future of the great song rests upon us.
The Chu family celestial interrupted the others, and they all nodded, their expressions resolute. Inside the carriage, Lin Fan observed the scene. He paused briefly, having heard their words, but then a carefree smile spread across his face. Of course he would act. He could have slain Lin Weiyan the moment he arrived in Bianjing. But what meaning would that hold? Humanity cannot rely solely on him. They must be strong, must awaken on their own, and this process requires the baptism of blood.
Universe within the universe.
In the heavens above, the Chu family celestial expert had already activated the Xuanhuang mirror for its final strike. The mirror expanded, surging with sacred will, firmly locking Lin Weiyan within a space in the sky. Then the attacks of the several celestial experts rained down. In an instant his hair turned white. The Chu family's celestial being, by sacrificing his life force to activate the mirror of heaven and earth, only managed to control Lin Weiyan for a single moment, But that moment was enough for the assembled celestial beings to seize their opportunity. Darkness surged, like an ocean engulfing Lin Huan's figure. Another colossal sword descended, cleaving toward that expanse of darkness.
Die!
The mountain mover roared, raising his hand slightly, as the phantom of a true mountain materialized within his grasp. He bore the mountain upon his back and hurtled toward the darkness, smashing down upon it. The other 3 celestial beings followed in his wake. With a thunderous boom, the combined strike of 7 celestial beings seemed to tear the very sky of Bianjing apart. Countless onlookers stared at the scene, their expressions frozen in horror.
Is he dead?
Darkness churned across the heavens, obscuring their vision. They could only fix their gazes upon that patch of sky, their faces solemn and tense. The mirror of heaven and earth lost its radiance and fell into the hands of the Chu family celestial being, who shuddered uncontrollably and plummeted to the earth.
Father!
Chu Yin cried out, yet few could hear her voice amidst the chaos. All attention remained riveted upon that stretch of sky. Was Lin Huan dead?
7 celestial beings joined forces and even activated a sacred artifact. Even if the Imperial Tutor had reached the Dao's severing realm, he shouldn't have survived.
Beside the carriage, the man wielding the long blade spoke with solemn gravity. The others nodded in agreement. When the mirror of heaven and earth was activated, they had all sensed that overwhelming pressure, the will of a sage, a single strand of which could crush a realm. Even from such a distance, they felt suffocated, let alone Lin Huan, who faced the sage's will directly. Inside the carriage, Lin Fan raised his head slightly.
He's not dead.
As if to confirm his words, light burst forth from the darkness-shrouded sky, a single thread, then a wisp, and finally countless strands. At last Lin Huan's figure emerged from within. His golden pupils gleamed with boundless coldness, and a pair of fleshly wings spread from his back, while blood stained his entire form, rendering him demonic.
A half-demon,
someone exclaimed in shock.
He didn't die, he's transformed into a demon.
Not only had he survived, but the demonic bloodline within him had been awakened, turning him into a true half-demon with even greater power.
How can this be? Even this couldn't kill him.
Countless faces in Bianjing were etched with despair. The Eternal Knight, the mountain mover Su Taishang, and the other celestial beings all showed flickers of fear. With the combined might of 7 celestial beings and the activation of a sacred artifact, they still failed to slay him. Lin Huan hovered in the air, his gaze cold and distant, as he looked down upon the celestial beings and all of Bianjing. The demonic blood dripping from his body exuded an eerie aura.
You've truly made me angry.
His faint words carried a suffocating, murderous intent.
Since you refuse to submit, then all of you shall die.
With that single sentence, the entire world was steeped in slaughter. His target was not merely the celestial beings, but the countless humans in Bianjing. He intended to massacre the entire city. Su Taishang, the Eternal Knight, the mountain mover, and the others all trembled. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with the resolve to face death. Even with their grievous wounds, they still stood before Lin Huan.
A mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating yourselves,
Lin Huan said coldly. Across the land of Bianjing, countless people gazed at the scene in the sky, trembling with fear.
He's only a half-demon, not yet a full-blooded demon, and already so powerful. If we were to face a true demon,
someone murmured, recalling Lin Huan's earlier words, and was filled with despair. A demonic tribe had set its sights on humanity, preparing to strike. The demonic race, one of the 10 supreme clans of the Xuanhuang great world, and one of its true rulers. Could humanity possibly withstand such a race? Inside the carriage, Chu Yin and her 2 maids trembled, not only from the impending calamity, but also for the future of humankind. No hope was in sight. As if clinging to a final thread of hope in the face of death, Su Taishang suddenly looked across the land of Bianjing and spoke a single sentence.
Honored one, will you not make your move?
At those words, countless people were stunned. Even Lin Huan, who had been about to act, froze, following Su Taishang's gaze across the earth, but seeing nothing unusual. Then he sneered.
Playing tricks. What are you afraid of death too?
He said, while the Eternal Knight, the mountain mover, and the others stared solemnly at Su Taishang, knowing he was not one to bluff. Before coming to Bianjing, Su Taishang had told them they would have another ally, a mysterious powerhouse likely at the Dao's severing realm. Could such a person truly exist? And if so, why had they never heard of him?
Honored one, this old man knows you are not one to break your word. You seek books, do you not? The Great Song Imperial Palace holds 1,000,000 volumes. Once this Lin Weiyan is dead, you may peruse the books in the Great Song Imperial Palace to your heart's content, or even take them all.
Su Taishang continued, but his words grew increasingly bizarre. He had even brought up the Imperial Library. The Eternal Night and the Mountain Mover stared in bewilderment. The Great Song Imperial Palace's collection. What did that mysterious powerhouse have to do with books? Would anyone truly risk enmity with a Dao severing half-demon for the sake of a collection?
Honored one.
As if at a loss for words, Su Taishang bowed directly toward Bianjing City. Inside the carriage, Lin Fan smiled faintly. This old ancestor of the Su family was quite interesting. As Chu Yin and her two maids watched in stunned disbelief, he lifted the carriage curtain and stepped out.
Young master, don't go out.
Chu Yin called out, following him out as well. At that moment, the coachman regained his senses, and the first thing he saw was Lin Fan emerging from the carriage. His eyes were blank at first, then his expression shifted sharply as he leaped to his feet. His body, which had been on the verge of death, was restored to full health in an instant. Before he could speak, Lin Weiyan's voice rang out from the sky.
What, knowing your death is near, have you all gone mad?
He said, taking a step forward. The Dao-severing aura suppressed the surroundings, forcing the celestial beings to retreat, spitting blood. Su Taishang's face twisted in dismay. Had he misjudged after all? Lin Weiyan looked down upon Bianjing, his face full of mockery.
Even if such a person as you speak of exists, what of it? Humanity has no sages, at best a coward who sneaked his way into Dao's severing. What is there to fear?
His voice echoed across the land. Lin Fan merely shook his head with a faint smile, then spoke.
Are you truly unafraid?
Those faint words, just two characters, were soft yet resounded through heaven and earth, as if springing from the depths of countless souls. Chu Yin and her two maids stared at Lin Fan, utterly dumbfounded. In an instant, countless gazes fell upon Lin Fan. A young man in a plain Confucian robe with a book tucked at his waist, dressed like a scholar, save for one detail. This scholar bore a sword on his back. Was it him?
First level of body refinement.
Mountain-moving Venerable furrowed his brow, gazing at Lin Fan standing on the long street.
He is young, barely a century old. Eternal Night Venerable said, her eyes fixed on Lin Fan. It wasn't that she had seen through his bone age, it was merely a feeling. Under 100 years old, and at the Dao's severing realm.
She turned to Grand Supreme Su, as did the others. Grand Supreme Su looked at Lin Fan on the street, his dim eyes suddenly brightened, as if catching a glimpse of light in the darkness.
Young master, you have indeed come,
he said, his voice trembling slightly. Lin Fan glanced at him and nodded.
Having accepted your collection of books and promised you, naturally I must come,
Lin Fan said. The wind swept across the earth, billowing his sleeves, yet it could not stir the tranquility in his eyes. He merely gazed at the scene before him with indifference. The shattered earth, drifting bloodstains, and countless scrutinizing gazes. He was far too calm.
Are you the reinforcement they've found?
Lin Weiyan's gaze fell, still condescending, looking down at Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded.
You could say that.
Lin Weiyan's expression sharpened upon hearing this. Suddenly Lin Weiyan burst into frenzied laughter. Demonic light spread, blotting out the sky and covering the sun, as if to turn the entire Bianjing into a demonic domain.
You've truly regressed. There isn't a trace of Dao's severing intent on this man. He probably hasn't even reached the heavenly being realm. A mere brat has managed to fool you all completely.
His words shook everyone. No Dao severing intent. This came from a genuine Dao severing powerhouse, and even Grand Supreme Zu's face showed a flicker of doubt.
Young master,
Chu Yin called out from behind Lin Fan, her face full of worry. Lin Fan merely smiled faintly.
I am indeed not at the Dao severing realm.
At his words, Chu Yan's heart sank to the bottom. Those around upon hearing this recoiled from Lin Fan as if from a plague.
Ha 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 ha.
Lin Huan's laughter continued, causing the hope that had just welled up in countless hearts to gradually wane.
Since you see him as your hope, I will personally crush that hope before your eyes.
He extended a finger toward Lin Fan, and a beam of demonic light shot forth.
Young master, flee!
Chu Yin shouted, but it was too late. The beam was too fast, piercing through the sky and instantly descending upon Lin Fan.
Hum!
Just as countless onlookers expected Lin Fan to be obliterated, the demonic light halted mere inches before him. Yes, it simply stopped. The void seemed frozen, and the myriad expressions of those around instantly stiffened. The next moment a gentle breeze blew, and the demonic light dissipated like a bubble. The entire world fell silent in that instant.
Huff!
After a long while, someone exhaled heavily, their face full of shock.
This.
He blocked it. Not only did he block it, but he did so with an indescribable technique. Lin Huayan in the sky was also stunned by the sight. Gazing at the utterly calm Lin Fan on the long street, he involuntarily stepped back. Grand Supreme Su was first shocked, then overjoyed.
He blocked it. He is at the Dao's severing realm,
he exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. He had guessed correctly. Eternal Night, Venerable Mountain Moving Venerable, and the others also watched the scene, their expressions filled with awe. To block Lin Huayan's strike so effortlessly was undoubtedly the mark of a Dao severing powerhouse. In one step, Lin Fan's figure vanished from the ground, and the next he appeared in the sky 100 meters away from Lin Huayan. Lin Huayan was startled and retreated again. What speed was this? Why couldn't he see it at all? Could it be that he had comprehended some kind of path of swift movement?
Who are you?
He asked, no longer daring to underestimate Lin Fan. For the first time, a look of solemnity appeared on his face. This sudden arrival made him feel an inexplicable pressure.
I am a human,
Lin Fan replied. Just 4 simple words, yet they made Lin Huayan's hair stand on end. He retreated another 1,000 meters, hovering above the Song Imperial Palace. Lin Fan watched him silently, just as Lin Huayan had done before, as if looking at an ant.
Insolent!
Feeling the weight of Lin Fan's gaze, Lin Huayan grew enraged. His demonic blood seethed, and countless rays of demonic light gathered in his palm, forming a sky-piercing spear.
Die!
The spear tore through the sky, nearly ripping the void apart, carrying boundless demonic aura that filled Grand Supreme Su, Eternal Night Venerable, and the others with horror. This was the true power of a Dao severing expert. They turned to Lin Fan, wondering how this mysterious Dao severing powerhouse would counter such an attack. The next moment, they all shuddered. Lin Fan simply extended a single hand, like a heavenly barrier. The spear disintegrated instantly, and Lin Huayan, as if struck by lightning, felt his entire body nearly shatter.
How is this possible?
Mountain Moving Venerable exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Lin Huayan was a genuine Dao severing powerhouse, with a half-human physique, yet he was beaten half to death so effortlessly. Could he be comparable to a human emperor? The human emperor was also a Dao severing, but at its peak, a being of great renown among all races, far beyond ordinary Dao severing cultivators. Lin Huayan was also on the verge of collapse, staring at Lin Fan in utter disbelief.
How can you be so strong?
A powerhouse nearing the human emperor level, hidden in the world without ever making a name. Why?
I understand. You fear retribution from the powerhouses of all races,
he said, watching Lin Fan walk toward him through the void. He wanted to flee, but found himself unable to move an inch. It was as if space itself had ceased to flow. This didn't seem like Dao severing, it resembled the legendary Dao domain. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, his face twisted in horror.
Sage!
He murmured. All his mental defenses crumbled in that moment. No matter how he schemed, he could never have imagined that a living human sage still existed in this world. And that sage had now come before him. Sage. Grand Supreme Su, Eternal Night Venerable, Mountain Moving Venerable, and the others all heard Lin Huayan's voice, their faces etched with astonishment. Could the human race have a sage? In that moment, they were all somewhat dazed. They dared not believe it. They only felt that the figure before them seemed to hold up the entire sky. Was he truly a sage?
Where has the human emperor of the Great Song gone?
Lin Fan asked, standing before Lin Weiyin, his gaze calm. Lin Weiyan's face was pale. He had already given up resistance. Beneath a sage, all beings are ants. No amount of scheming or plotting would be of any use. Yet upon hearing Lin Fan's question, a smile crept onto his face.
He went to the demon race. Do you dare to go?
He said, as if amused that even a sage needed something from him. Lin Fan was silent for a moment.
Unwilling to speak,
Lin Fan said, then placed a finger on Lin Weiyan's forehead. The surrounding void trembled as if time itself was rewinding. Scenes from Lin Weiyan's past materialized in the air. Grand Supreme Su and the others watched in utter shock. Peering into the past, what a divine ability this was. Like a slideshow, images flashed before his eyes, finally freezing on a canyon, a deep abysmal gorge shrouded in a chilling black mist.
It seems this is the place,
Lin Fan said, releasing Lin Weiyin. Moments ago, the same Lin Weiyin, who had arrogantly vowed to slaughter all of Bianjing, now lay prostrate like a lump of mud, staring blankly at Lin Fan. Such a brutal forced soul search had inflicted irreversible damage upon his spirit. Lin Fan paid him no further heed, instead turning his gaze to the Grand Elders and the others. The entire assembly bowed deeply before Lin Fan.
We pay homage to the saint,
they intoned with reverence, their eyes brimming with an indescribable fervor. The human race had a saint. This news alone was enough to shake the 9 provinces of the human realm. On the long street, Chu Yin stood equally dumbfounded.
He is a saint.
Indeed, he was not in the Dao's severing realm, but a true saint. It was inconceivable that a saint had accompanied them the entire way, listening to their trivial chatter. Lin Fan nodded slightly, then gazed across the land of Bianjing. Wherever his eyes fell, people knelt one after another. At this moment, whether they had once sided with Lin Weiyin or not, all had tears of excitement welling in their eyes. This was a saint. They too had a saint now. It had been far too long. Nearly 100,000 years had passed since the last saint had emerged. In those 100 millennia, the human race had suffered countless calamities, endless invasions, and brutal massacres, all because they lacked a saint. They could not threaten those other races. But now they had one.
Boom!
The entirety of Bianjing trembled as a rain of light descended from the heavens, blanketing the city. Within this luminous downpour, the dead were revived, wounds healed, and all things were rejuvenated. Even the shattered earth was slowly mended, and the collapsed pavilions and streets were restored at a visible pace, an unimaginable divine miracle. They looked up at the figure in the sky, their faces filled with awe. Was this the power of a saint?
This is the legendary Dao domain, the revival of all things. The saint's great Dao must be the Dao of life.
The eternal Knight Venerable murmured, gazing at Lin Fan with pure respect. The Dao domain, a legendary power they had only read about in ancient texts. It was said that when one comprehended the principles of Dao, to a certain degree a Dao domain would manifest. This was what it meant to become a saint. Such a miracle should indeed be the power of the Dao domain. Yet, wasn't this power somewhat too overwhelming? The thought only lingered in their minds for an instant before vanishing. They had never seen a saint before. Surely a saint was meant to be this powerful.
Chu Yin,
a voice called out, snapping her from her shock.
I see you have an interest in reading, so I shall impart to you some insights. Reading is no mere trivial path. Through reading, one can also attain the saint realm.
She looked up, meeting Lin Fan's eyes. In an instant, countless insights flooded her mind, weaving together into an endless, boundless Dao.
Reading can also lead to the saint realm,
she whispered, closing her eyes in concentration. In that moment, she attained enlightenment. Lin Fan smiled faintly, then turned his gaze toward the Great Song Imperial Palace. With a single step, he arrived at the ancient library, a repository with tens of thousands of years of history. The Grand Elders, Eternal Knight Venerable and Bishan Venerable, followed closely.
I am no savior. Humanity has its own path, one I cannot steer. I am merely a scholar,
Lin Fan said.
As agreed, I will take the books here.
His words caused the group to shudder. They wanted to speak, but seeing his retreating figure they found themselves at a loss for words. The saint cared not for humanity. They understood the implication. Yet if he truly had no concern for them, why would he have appeared here at all? He could have simply feigned ignorance.
If the human emperor of Great Song still lives, he will return,
Lin Fan added. The group froze only to see Lin Fan already departing the library. By the time they caught up, all that remained was a silhouette. Step by step, he grew distant in their sight. Humanity, all living beings, seemed insignificant before that solitary back.
"Do not follow,"
came his voice. At these words everyone gathered their focus, then bowed in unison toward the fading silhouette. He had arrived so casually and left just as lightly, yet the impact on humanity was profound. A saint among them would shape the course of human history for the next 10,000 years. On the long street, the celestial being of the Chu family found Chu Yin. Seeing the aura of enlightenment swirling around her, his face registered shock. It was a realm of understanding never before heard of. As if grasping the truth, he bowed once more in the direction the saint had vanished. The saint had not left empty-handed, nor was he entirely indifferent to humanity. Chu Yin was the legacy the saint had bequeathed to humanity. A transformed genius. This was the future of their race. Lin Fan left Bianjing. Logically, this journey should have concluded. The Su family's collection combined with the Great Song Imperial Library would provide him with ample reading material for a long time. However, after searching Lin Huan's soul, one more task arose: to find the human emperor of Great Song. As Lin Fan left Bianjing, Lin Huan died. Under the gaze of the multitude, he disintegrated into particles in the heavens above the city. The second most powerful figure of Great Song was gone. About 10,000 li north of Bianjing lay a canyon perpetually shrouded in black mist, the place from Lin Huan's memories. It was here that Lin Huan's rise and tragedy had begun. Standing at the canyon's edge overlooking the depths, Lin Fan seemed to perceive something and smiled faintly.
"Young one, the Black Mist Canyon is a forbidden zone for living beings. You should stay back."
A reclusive master cultivating atop the canyon called out to Lin Fan, who stood alone at the rim. But before he could finish, he saw Lin Fan step into the canyon. His voice died in his throat. A youth at the first level of body refinement stepped into the void, descending. As he walked, the mist parted before him, clearing a path. The master was stupefied.
"Roar!"
A bestial howl rose from the depths, each cry shaking the soul. Yet Lin Fan walked on step by step, as if deaf to the sounds. A rustling sound emerged. A giant python 100 meters long. It opened its maw wide, lunging to swallow Lin Fan whole. Lin Fan merely glanced at it, and the python's entire body shattered.
"It has developed intelligence. Does this count as a demon race?"
Lin Fan mused, as if speaking to himself or perhaps to some unseen entity.
"The demon race is separated from humanity by billions of li. Logically, they should have no designs on us, at most sending strong ones to eliminate human ascendance to sainthood. Yet demons have indeed appeared on human soil. It seems you are the cause."
Lin Fan spoke, quickening his pace. 1,000 li per step, he soon arrived before a black pool. Every demonic entity he passed along the way was annihilated. A figure sat cross-legged before the dark pool, his body a strange, unsettling weave of demonic and human natures locked in a ceaseless war.
"It's good that you're not dead yet,"
Lin Fan said. This was the human emperor of Great Song being slowly transformed into a demon by the mysterious entity within the black pool. Lin Fan gazed at the black pool. Ripples spread across its surface, exuding an eerie aura, as if some great terror lurked within its fathomless depths.
"So you can't come out,"
Lin Fan said. Beneath the black pool he spotted a pair of crimson vertical pupils and a serpentine body that coiled like a mountain range. This pool was a small world unto itself. A small world designed solely to suppress it. Yet this world was now on the verge of collapse. A low roar echoed from the black pool. It seemed enraged by Lin Fan's presence, relentlessly battering against the world's seal. Its impact shook the entire canyon, as if an earth dragon were turning over, threatening to collapse the surrounding mountains into the abyss. Above the canyon, the reclusive master stared into the depths with a grave expression. He could not fathom what transpired below even as a cultivator of the heavenly realm. All he sensed was a profound terror. He dared not approach, let alone descend. Yet moments ago a figure resembling a scholar had walked down.
Is it because of him?
He murmured, his expression darkening, as he felt the crimson light surging from the canyon. Before the black pool, Lin Fan remained calm, glancing at the human emperor of great song beside him. Under the pool's influence, the beastly nature within the emperor nearly overwhelmed him.
Time to wake,
Lin Fan said. His simple words carried a mysterious Dao principle, as if his speech shaped reality. The fading humanity within the emperor surged back to dominance. The beastly nature was extinguished. The human emperor of great song opened his eyes. The first things he saw were the deep black pool and the overwhelming demonic aura. Then, as if recalling something, his expression shifted drastically.
Demon rays,
he exclaimed, his peak Dao severing aura erupting. But it was instantly suppressed by the demonic energy. The owner of this aura was too powerful, transcending Dao's severing. A saint-level existence. He spat blood and retreated, his gaze catching a figure, and he shuddered. The black pool churned with waves, rolling, demonic aura spreading, as if to annihilate everything around. Yet that figure stood firm. No demonic aura touched him.
This.
The emperor was stunned. He had come at Lin Huan's bidding to suppress a demon about to emerge, only to find it far too powerful. Even through the seal, it had affected him. In his final moments of clarity, he realized Lin Huan had long betrayed humanity, serving as an agent for the terror in the black pool. She had lured him here. The demon in the pool intended to use him to break the seal. Under the demonic force's erosion, he struggled with all his might, barely holding on. But just as despair set in, the demonic energy vanished, as if erased by some unseen power. Then he saw this, a person standing silently before the black pool, a single silhouette seemingly suppressing the entire land. A saint. An unbelievable thought flashed through his mind. Humanity had a saint. Suddenly another thought struck him, and his expression changed again.
Saint beneath this black pool is a demon saint about to break its seal. Quickly repair the seal and suppress it again,
he shouted. But the figure ahead made no move, merely watching the scene unfold. The emperor grew more anxious.
Saint, do not underestimate it. This demon saint's origins are extraordinary, suspected to possess the bloodline of the celestial serpent, a demon race. Its power is unprecedented, an ordinary saint cannot match it. With tens of thousands of years of accumulated malice, it must never be released,
he said. As human emperor, he knew of powerful bloodlines among myriad races. The celestial serpent was one of the 3 imperial clans of the demon race, having birthed an emperor in primordial times, a bloodline passed down through countless ages. Yet even after his words, the figure remained unmoved.
Saint, repair the seal quickly.
Sensing the swelling demonic power, his urgency grew. He tried to step forward, but the terrifying demonic force pushed him back. The area was now a demonic domain beyond the reach of a Dao-severing cultivator.
It's over,
he whispered, despair painting his face. The celestial serpent, only those who truly understood it knew how fearsome this bloodline was. Even a first-level celestial serpent saint could challenge saints at the 3rd or 4th level. And the serpent beneath this pool was certainly no novice saint. In contrast, the saint before the pool might be newly ascended. If the serpent broke free, there would be no chance at all. The entire land would be bathed in blood.
Too slow,
a voice suddenly said. It was the saint. The first words the emperor heard from him. He watched the churning black pool, his tone betraying impatience. Too slow. What did that mean? Then he witnessed a terrifying sight. The saint extended a hand. Though weaponless, the emperor sensed a peerless sharpness, as if a dreadful sword was thrust toward the black pool.
Saint, no,
he cried in alarm. The saint was helping the serpent break the seal. But his words came too late. That hand plunged into the black pool and made a casual slash. A cracking sound followed, as if something shattered. The surging demonic energy ceased abruptly. In the next moment, the entire canyon and surrounding mountains quaked. Crimson filled the pool's expanse. It was a single massive blood-red eye. The seal was broken. It was coming out. The human emperor of Great Song trembled, collapsing to the ground. Everything was lost.
Human, I never expected you to be the one to help me break free. I can forgive your offense and grant you an intact corpse.
A voice rang out as the black pool split open. A vast shadow rose from within inch by inch. Outside the canyon, the sky suddenly darkened. The heavenly realm cultivator above the canyon paled. A terrifying demonic aura surged from below, and even a mere touch of it made his soul tremble. What kind of dreadful power was this?
At last I Song Ming am free,
it roared, venting millennia of fury. Lin Fan watched and suddenly smiled.
Do you truly believe you can leave?
He said. His calm words made the celestial serpent pause, and the human emperor looked at him puzzled.
I let you out only to kill you more easily,
Lin Fan said flatly. As his words fell, the wooden sword on his back slowly unsheathed. The void tore asunder, and chaotic light gathered at the sword's edge. When the strike fell, it seemed to cleave two great eras apart. The celestial serpent gazed at the sword, terror in its eyes. It desperately tried to dive back into the black pool, but it was too late.
Chains of rules. The one whom heaven fears.
Only it could see the endless layers of rule chains coiling around Lin Fan as he swung his sword.
Mercy,
it cried out in anguish. As the sword descended, the entire world seemed on the verge of returning to primordial chaos. The layers of rule-bound chains were torn asunder, revealing a fearsome silhouette. A myriad of Great Dao swirled around him, like stars paying homage, accompanied by countless ineffable visions. Within his gaze, infinite worlds flickered into being and perished. It was utterly terrifying. This being was also at the peak of the Saint Realm, a scion of the Celestial Serpent clan, yet, under this single sword strike, it could not even muster the will to resist.
No!
He shrieked in agony. The sword fell, cleaving his body, coiled within that minor world in two. Yet the most dreadful aspect was the severing of his very sea of soul.
Sage Lord, I was wrong. I am willing to become your slave, to be your mount. Please do not kill me,
he wailed desperately. Before he could finish, his voice died away. The crimson moon that had risen above the gorge plummeted like a bubble, vanishing in an instant. The surging demonic aura was also extinguished, as if severed by some unseen force. The colossal shadow dissipated. Above the gorge, the heavenly being realm cultivator slumped to the ground, his face a mask of shock.
He is dead.
Before the black pool, the human emperor of Great Song stared at the scene before him, trembling. A demon saint, the celestial serpent, had just broken free from its seal, only to be slain upon emergence, so effortlessly with a single sword stroke that annihilated all. Who was he? Was he truly human? Could humanity produce such a terrifying being?
I slew a demon saint for you and took the books from your Great Song library as recompense. From now on we are square.
Lin Fan looked at him and spoke. The human emperor of Great Song was stunned, nodding blankly.
I leave the rest to you,
Lin Fan said, then turned and departed. He remained the same, a scholar carrying a sword, walking step by step through this vast and magnificent world. The human emperor of Great Song finally snapped out of his daze, his expression confused.
Library? What does he mean?
Yet he knew the sage was leaving. Taking a deep breath, he did not utter words of entreaty, but instead bowed respectfully toward the gradually receding figure.
Farewell, sage.
The sage was far too young, but with a lifespan of 3,000 years, he must have used a rejuvenation technique to maintain his youthful appearance. Above the gorge, the heavenly being realm cultivator saw Lin Fan emerge.
You? You actually came out alive,
he exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Fan paused slightly and glanced at him. With that single glance, the heavenly being cultivator felt the Dao he had comprehended become 100 times clearer, with infinite insights flooding into his mind. When he came to his senses, Lin Fan was nowhere to be seen. His face was filled with awe.
I have encountered a true master.
After a long while, another figure emerged from the gorge. He stared at this person in utter disbelief. How could the human emperor of Great Song be walking out of the gorge?
That was our human race's sage,
the human emperor of Great Song told him. He abruptly looked toward the horizon, unable to recover for a long time.
"Your Majesty, does our human race truly have a sage?"
he asked incredulously. The human emperor nodded.
"I have heard that our human race's Dao cutters face annihilation from other clans upon attaining sagehood, even if they survive their foundations are severed. How then did this one become a sage?" "He is different."
Different? No one could imagine what the human emperor of Great Song had experienced in the gorge. Only he knew just how powerful Lin Fan truly was. The sage lived in seclusion, perhaps unwilling to reveal too much. He would not speak of it either. Billions of miles away from the human race's 9 provinces, across thousands of tribes, a vast imperial court stood amidst encircling mountains. This was the demon imperial court.
"Song Ming is dead,"
a voice rang out. An ominous youth, his body covered in dark scales, and his eyes glowing with a crimson light, stared at the array of soul flames before him and spoke.
"His location has also been obscured. The being that killed him must have shielded the heavenly mechanism. To slay Song Ming, it must be at least a great saint. Only a few tribes possess great saints. It seems the demon race has remained silent for too long. Some tribes no longer hold us in regard."
On that day, the demon imperial court emerged from seclusion. An ancient existence from the celestial serpent clan, one of the 3 great imperial demon clans, awakened, shaking the entire Xuanhuang grand world. Lin Fan knew nothing of this. He arrived at the former residence of the Jinan king of the Great Tang. Though the Jinan king was dead, his manor still stood. Rebuilt by the 2 surviving sons of the Jinan king, though it lacked the former glory of the king's time, it remained a prominent clan in the southern region of the Great Tang. Lin Fan stood outside the manor, but did not enter.
"Young master, you have been standing outside for a while. Is there something you need?"
A servant from the manor noticed him and asked. Lin Fan shook his head.
"Just looking,"
he said, then turned and left. The servant watched his retreating back, momentarily lost in thought, then understood. Though the Jinan king was gone, his deeds were forever remembered by the people of the Great Tang. People often came to the manor to pay homage to the fallen king. A clan of over 1,000 reduced to just 3 surviving sons, it commanded the respect of all. This visitor was likely one of those paying their respects.
Jinan City.
Lin Fan walked the streets, countless memories flooding back. His childhood, his brothers, his parents, old friends. A mere 10 years had passed, yet for many it was a lifetime. This city had once been sacked. His escape was owed to these people.
"Since it is called Jinan City, let this city stand guard here for eternity."
The wooden sword on his back unsheathed itself, vanishing into the void, only to reappear in a lotus pond before the Jinan Manor's ancestral hall. Then he smiled. Step by step, he walked toward the outskirts of Jinan City. Behind him, a great sun hung in the sky, and countless people looked up, their faces filled with awe at the sight. Great Saint Realm. The moment Lin Fan stepped out of Jinan City, he broke through to the next realm. It was not a cultivation granted by the system, but a natural ascension to the Great Saint Realm. His thoughts were clear, and so he broke through. Though he had not met his 2 elder brothers, he had already seen them. His brothers lacked his monstrous talent, and could not compare to Qin Ming or Qin Ge. In fact, their aptitude was quite poor, as if the millennia of the Jinan Manor's legacy had all converged upon him alone. Perhaps it was due to the system, or perhaps because in his past life he had been a genius in that world, merely lacking the opportunity to cultivate. But that sword would subtly transform their talent. Their future achievements would not be low, and it would influence the next generation of the Lin family. Generation after generation, the Lin family would eventually rise. Lin Fan had given the Lin family a future. This was what he had done for them. The Great Saint Realm commanded a Dao domain spanning 10,000 miles, and a lifespan of 5,000 years. Even among the top 100 tribes of the Xuanhuang Grand World, such beings were rare. Yet Lin Fan had stepped into this realm without causing the slightest ripple in the world. As for Dao domains and lifespans, they held no real meaning for him. He had never been an ordinary cultivator. From the moment he attained sagehood, he had already transcended the mortal world. He alone smelted countless great Dao standing above them all. The path he walked was far more arduous than that of ordinary saints. yet it also made him incomparably stronger. This was an unparalleled path no one had ever trodden before.
There should exist a Dao that can suppress all other Daos and also refine countless principles.
He had suddenly attained enlightenment at some point in time. Then he derived a wisp of chaotic chi, naming it the chaotic Dao. A single wisp of chaotic chi could suppress all heaven's Daos. The afterglow of the setting sun slowly faded at the edge of the horizon, leaving only a single distant figure. A wisp of white chi appeared on his body, and in that instant the world's rules and Daos all wailed in lament. More chains of rules appeared on Lin Fan's body. Every step he took seemed to carry the weight of heaven and earth, yet even so it could not halt his pace. Nearly a month later, Lin Fan returned to Xuanhuang. In the scripture library of the Western Hill, a white-robed scholar once again appeared beneath the banyan tree. A few days later, Xingge arrived at the scripture library.
Master, this is cloud-hidden tea. People outside are very fond of drinking it.
Xingge had brought tea again. The master had few preferences. One was reading, and the other was tea. Hence, she took great interest in tea, having visited every tea house in Xuanhuang. Lin Fan took the tea, took a small sip, and nodded.
Not bad.
A smile bloomed on Xingge's face. The master's approval seemed to be the thing that brought her the greatest joy. Lin Fan shook his head slightly at this sight.
Xingge, you should also go out more. The path of the Qin requires experiencing the mundane world, observing the myriad facets of life. You cannot succeed by working behind closed doors. What does it mean for all things to be born? Only by witnessing the mortal world can you see the essence of life. You have stayed too long within the Yu Mansion.
Although only a month had passed, Lin Fan could see at a glance that Xingge's comprehension of the Tao had fallen into a certain stagnation. Xingge paused upon hearing this, then continued to refill Lin Fan's tea.
I shall heed your teaching, master. Xingge understands.
Lin Fan nodded. Basking in the sunlight filtering through the banyan tree, Lin Fan continued to read a book he had brought from the Great Song dynasty. After a moment, the sound of a qin arose. Xingge began to play in the courtyard. The melodious qin notes carried a hint of the artistic conception of all things growing, resonating with the banyan tree behind her. One played the qin, the other read a book, and time slipped by like this. When night fell, Xingge rose, bowed respectfully to the slumbering Lin Fan on the recliner, and then left the scripture library. About half a shurchen later, Lin Fan awoke. He looked up at the sky, and with a single thought, he surveyed the entire city of Xuanhuang.
In the end, you are the protagonists of this great era. I am merely one who sets the stage for you. Live on, live long,
Lin Fan said. Then he walked toward the scripture library. Behind him, the banyan tree swayed its branches as if bowing in salute. Having long accompanied a saint steeped in the influence of the Great Dao, the banyan tree had given birth to spiritual intelligence and begun a certain cultivation. It absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, comprehending the Tao of mountains, rivers, and the earth. At the Yu Mansion, Xuanhuang looked with confusion at Xingge, who stood before her holding a qin, bidding farewell. Her face was full of worry.
Sister Xingge, is the Yu Mansion not good? Now that the barbarian and stone tribes have successively invaded, our great Tang, chaos is erupting everywhere in the dynasty. Countless bandits and thieves roam the land. Spies of the foreign tribes are everywhere. Even in Xinjiang, people die every day. Only within the Yu Mansion are we safe,
she said. She could not understand why Xingge suddenly wanted to leave the Yu Mansion. Xingge shook her head. She did not offer much explanation, only glanced at the qin in her hands.
I want to go out and see the world,
she said. She did not know how strong the master truly was. Perhaps he was at the decapitation realm, like the human sovereign, or perhaps even beyond it. She only wished to be closer to the master and accompany him longer. The divine altar realm was far too weak.
But you have no cultivation base, and Brother Qin Ming is not in Xuanhuang either. Now that Xuanhuang is so chaotic, what if some villain harms you, Sister Xingge? Why don't I send 2 retainers from the Yu Mansion to follow you?
Xingge looked at Xuanhuang, a gentle smile spreading across her face.
No need. Take good care of yourself. I have my own path. Besides, how do you know that I am truly someone with no strength to trust a chicken?
Qinggu said. Yunanhua stared at her stunned. She had never seen Qinggu cultivate. She only played the qin and read books every day. Where could she have gotten any cultivation base? She only thought Qinggu was trying to comfort her. Qinggu left, but Yunanhua still sent people to secretly follow her. However, not long after they could no longer find Qinggu's whereabouts. In Xinjiang there was a district of pavilions and towers known as the 9 Towers and 18 pavilions formed by a series of connected buildings. Here there were also ranks and grades. The 9th rank was merely a place for pleasure and entertainment, while the 1st rank was a place of refined elegance. As the saying goes, 9th rank for courtesans, 1st rank for refinement described the hierarchy within the 9 Towers and 18 pavilions. Cloud Pavilion was the most elegant place. High-ranking families and dignitaries often frequented it. The music and dance maidens here could even be young ladies from some aristocratic clans. In the grand hall one often saw young gentlemen composing poems, painting, or beating drums and playing zither. Their identities might even trace back to some powerful noble family. All for the sake of so-called refined music.
Miss Qinggu, are you sure you want to come here?
On the upper floor of Cloud Pavilion, a woman dressed in luxurious robes looked at Qinggu with a trace of surprise on her face. Qinggu was not an unknown person. Of course, her fame came not from her qin, but from her beauty. Someone in Xinjiang had compiled a beauty ranking, and Qinggu was ranked first. Qinggu nodded. And then a new qin maiden appeared in Cloud Pavilion with a qin room, a beaded curtain, and a sheer veil, so no one could see her face. The people of Cloud Pavilion called her Chang'e. Soon her reputation spread far and wide.
The qin notes curl, and we've leading one into a trance truly unparalleled in the world. I wonder what this maiden's face looks like, and what her identity is. If her identity were known, the young gentleman of Xinjiang could find a place to propose marriage. Although Cloud Pavilion is considered a place of refinement compared to the National Academy and various martial academies, it is merely a pastime for some scions of aristocratic families without cultivation talent. She is probably the same.
Many people were interested in this qin maiden called Chang'e, but it was no more than that. Most of the people here were those who had been neglected in their respective families due to poor cultivation talent, gathering together to console one another. Of course, there were those who refused to accept their fate. There were also many cultivation rooms in Cloud Pavilion. Amidst the curling qin notes, some were training arduously. At some point, a young man suddenly opened his eyes, looking towards the source of the qin music with a shocked expression on his face.
I broke through. This qin music.
He closed his eyes again to feel the music and found that his perception of heaven and earth had greatly increased, and even the circulation speed of his cultivation technique seemed much faster. In the qin room, a sheet of paper lay before Qinggu. It was the one written by Lin Fan. When Qinggu played, this sheet of paper also emanated the power of Dao resonance. In a daze, it seemed as if the figure of a white-robed scholar was also in the qin room. When Qinggu stopped playing, this figure faded back into the paper.
Stop!
The lingering zither music quietly ceased, and the youth, immersed in enlightenment, finally came to his senses. When he looked back toward the music chamber, only a silhouette remained. A graceful silhouette, elegant and poised. Even from behind, one could tell she was a woman of peerless beauty.
This zither music can compensate for deficiencies in cultivation talent, enhance insights into techniques and the world, and even gather spiritual energy. This is a great fortune,
he exclaimed in awe, staring at the departing figure, unable to suppress a deep breath. The next day, still in the same cultivation chamber, he gradually entered a state of trance within the music. His entire essence, energy, and spirit were mobilized, and his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. On the 3rd, 4th, and 5th days, he came without fail. Others also discovered the secret of the music, and before long Cloud Tower gathered a large group of ascetics.
In the deepest moment of enlightenment, I caught a glimpse of a figure in white robes. In that instant, I felt the spiritual energy of the entire world shift closer to me. I have sensed it too. This must be the deepest secret of the music. I once consulted ancient texts. In antiquity, cultivators did not practice techniques or martial arts but relied on visualization. Yet the object of visualization must be a supreme being.
They spoke, their gazes growing heavier as they looked toward the person in the music chamber. The method of visualization was only heard of in legends, yet it appeared here in Cloud Tower, the most overlooked place, and in the hands of a woman. Many even harbored greed, but more faces showed reverence.
We are all neglected in our own clans, but she gave us hope, allowing us to catch up to the cultivation speed of so-called prodigies. We should be grateful. She must never be offended,
they said. In Cloud Tower, the woman in the music chamber had become the backbone of the group, inadvertently forming a faction. Of course, all these emotions from the outsiders fell under Qingge's gaze. She merely observed them, quietly comprehending the mundane world her master had spoken of. And her Dao intent quietly broke through. A flower of life bloomed beneath her feet, its Dao resonance spreading throughout Cloud Tower, dispelling ailments and deficiencies in many people. In the library, Lin Fen watched this scene with a faint smile. Qingge had finally found her own path. Rooted among living beings, perceiving the myriad phenomena of the mundane world, this was the true Dao of life. But he never expected that Qingge's unintentional act would coalesce into a considerable force, all scions of major clans and families in the capital. This force was not simple. However, the formation of a force inevitably bred deceit and scheming. Many were convinced by her, but many harbored ill intentions.
Cloud Tower Qingge, I have finally found you.
Under the starry night, Qingge stood on the long street holding her zither. A formation isolated the area from the outside world, shielding it from perception. About a dozen people surrounded her, their faces full of excitement, as if a great opportunity lay before them.
Hand over the visualization method. Such a treasure is beyond the control of a mere zither girl. Give it to us, and we can maximize its use. We only want the visualization method, not your life,
they said. They had inquired at Cloud Tower, which, though not revealing Qingge's exact identity, hinted that her background was not significant. She was within their means to offend. Qingge quietly regarded the group before her. Beneath her veil, no one could discern her expression. None of them were strong. The strongest was merely at the peak of the spirit connection realm. She had seen them all in Cloud Tower cultivating under her zither music.
The visualization method.
She paused briefly, then understood. A page appeared in her hand. At the sight of it, the group's expressions shifted, their greed no longer concealed.
That's it. Hand it over.
Though they hadn't seen the content clearly, their instincts told them this was the visualization treasure left by an extraordinary being. Qingge smiled. Even without seeing her exquisite face beneath the veil, it could still captivate.
Can you hold on to my master's possession?
She said, her eyes like stars stirring hearts.
Master!
The group was startled. Could there be another powerful figure behind Qingge? Was this visualization treasure originally from that being? The group exchanged glances, then steeled themselves.
We've come this far, hesitation is useless. Fortune favors the bold. Let's fight.
One of them charged at Qingge, reaching for the paper in her hand. She watched him without moving.
Buzz!
The moment he touched the paper, it trembled slightly. His figure froze instantly, his face filled with shock. He finally saw the content on the paper. Only one character.
Zither.
It was an ordinary piece of paper, not ancient as imagined, but new as if written not long ago. When he saw the character, an image appeared in his mind. A small courtyard, a banyan tree, a young man in white robes reading a book quietly. As if sensing something, he looked up.
Whoosh!
The young man's figure scattered like sand. Those who had followed him halted in their tracks, staring in terror at what had happened. A man who was just alive had been utterly annihilated. Qingge smiled at the scene. She had long known that what her master gave them was more than just a page of Dao. It also carried a thought from her master. She put away the page and turned to face the group. Seeing her put it away, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Then they bowed to Qingge in unison.
Lady Qingge, we failed to recognize your true stature. We did not know you had such a powerful background. Please forgive us. We all come from prominent families in the capital. If we all die, it will be difficult for you to continue playing the zither at Cloud Tower. If you spare us, we will keep the cause of Mei Yun's death a secret. It is a win-win situation,
they said, revealing their identities. In their view, even if Changge had a background, it could not be much stronger than theirs, and she would not dare to offend so many capital families at once. Changge did not speak, but Dao resonance flowed from her. The group shuddered. Zither music seemed to echo in their ears, and they witnessed a shocking scene. Around Changge, green lotuses bloomed, flowers blossomed, and plants sprouted. A scene of revival.
This is Dao intent.
They cried out in horror, then felt something sprouting within themselves.
No!
Sensing their life force draining away, their faces were left with only fear. Changge had comprehended Dao intent, and she had stepped into the divine altar realm. Moments later, a dozen lifeless corpses lay on the long street. Changge had already returned to Cloud Tower, standing before its Grand Steward. Within the 9 towers and 18 pavilions, tranquil places were scarce, yet the inner courtyard of the Cloud Pavilion stood as one such haven reserved solely for those of illustrious status. An array enveloped the entire inner courtyard, sealing off all external sounds, rendering it the sole pristine sanctuary amidst the 9 towers and 18 pavilions. Madame Cloud, the Grand Steward of the Cloud Pavilion. The windows were spotless, and the pale moonlight streamed into the room, illuminating a wealthy matron who was writing something at her desk. At some point, she suddenly looked up to find a woman standing in the moonlight gazing at her. She shuddered violently. A surge of formidable aura emanated from her, causing the surrounding air to stagnate. She possessed the cultivation of the divine ability realm. Upon recognizing the woman before her, her expression tightened. Changge. A tremor of shock ran through her heart as she uttered the visitor's name. Changge, widely celebrated as the foremost beauty of Xinjiang, and also the sister of Qin Ming, the prodigy of the Imperial Academy. Yet she was renowned only for her beauty, and feared solely because she was Qin Ming's sister. No one had ever spoken of her cultivation. But her ability to appear silently in the room proved she was far more than the mere beauty rumored by the outside world. This woman concealed herself deeply. Was it you who told them? Changge asked calmly, her cultivation at the 3rd level of the divine platform realm, a full major realm lower than Madame Cloud's. Yet her face bore little fear. Instead, there was a chilling quality that tightened one's heart. Madame Cloud furrowed her brow at the words. It was me, but I did not reveal your specific origins. The Cloud Pavilion has its rules. It does not disclose anyone's identity. It's just that too many people have been inquiring about you. She spoke, and as she reached this point, she suddenly felt the air in the room tremble slightly, and the wind that had been blowing in from the window ceased. The woman before her gazed at her without doing anything, yet a sense of crisis arose within her. Under the moonlight, blood-red flowers bloomed in profusion, painting a vivid scarlet scene in Madame Cloud's vision. The guards, who had been outside, had perished at some unknown time. Dao intent, she explained in shock. This mere teenager before her had already comprehended Dao intent, and a formidable one never heard of before. A genius, an absolute genius. Even more monstrous than her brother Qin Ming. At this moment, she finally discerned Qin Ge's cultivation level, the 3rd level of the divine platform realm. Though Madame Cloud herself was at the 1st level of the divine ability realm, and should not have been so wary of Changge, a faint tremor stirred in her heart. Next time you will die. Changge looked at her and spoke calmly. It was a casually uttered sentence, yet it marked the first time anyone had dared to threaten her within the Cloud Pavilion. Madame Cloud fell silent. After a long pause, she said, from today onward only I will know your identity within the Cloud Pavilion. No more information about you will be leaked. She spoke with great solemnity, even gravity. The woman before her was young, even with a trace of immaturity on her face, but she understood that this woman was not someone she could afford to provoke. Perhaps even those behind her could not afford to do so. Not only because of Qin Ming, nor merely because of the Yuan mansion. Changge looked at her without a word, then turned and departed. Under the moonlight, with every step she took, flowers of life blossomed upon the ground. Madame Cloud stared at this scene in astonishment. Finally, just as Changge was about to vanish, she spoke. The Cloud Pavilion still lacks a pavilion master. Are you willing to take the position? The figure did not pause. She continued forward, unmoved by her words. Madame Cloud hurried forward a few steps. The Cloud Pavilion is not merely a place for the scions of noble families to indulge. Its influence is far greater than you imagine. The 9 towers and 18 pavilions all belong to the Cloud Pavilion. It also operates as an assassin organization and an intelligence network. Before she could finish, Qin Ge had already disappeared. She stood frozen in place, silent for a long time. Is she truly not tempted at all? She murmured, gazing in the direction Qin Ge had gone, her expression thoughtful. Soon she sat down again at her desk. After a long contemplative pause, she solemnly wrote down a name: Qin Ge. Issue an order: set changes information as top secret. Anyone who inquires about her identity must be reported, and no one is to disclose her identity. Within the Cloud Pavilion, she holds equal status to me. Fulfill any request she makes. She spoke. Yes. A response came from the darkness. Qin Ge, 3rd level of the Divine Platform realm, has comprehended at least 30% of Dao intent and is suspected of mastering an ancient visualization method. Her talent is likely even more fearsome than that one. She should rank first on the Great Tang Genius list. Madame Cloud looked at the name on her desk, took a deep breath, and spoke. The Great Tang maintained a list compiled by the Imperial Academy ranking the top 100 geniuses of the entire Tang dynasty. Previously, the top spot belonged to Qin Ming, but she knew that the one in the palace possessed talent no less than his, yet no one dared to place him on the list. But now she had discovered a genius even more terrifying than Qin Ming, and that other one. The next day, in the same music pavilion, Change's figure appeared once more. Madame Cloud secretly breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. Fortunately, she had not left. As long as she stayed, there was still a chance to keep her in the Cloud Pavilion. The number of people coming to listen to the music grew, and cultivation chambers filled with ascetics. The atmosphere in the Cloud Pavilion had subtly transformed. At the end of the 100-mile-long street stood a magnificent and majestic complex of palaces. Ascending a long flight of steps led to the Great Tang's Hall of Governance. Here the 100 officials held court. On the golden throne, Liu, adorned with the imperial crown and clad in the dragon robe, sat listening to the ministers led by the heads of the 4 great clans as they discussed the state of the realm. Your Majesty, cause for celebration. Traces of a human sage have appeared within the territory of the Great Song Empire in Xuzhou. Our human race now has a sage. It was the head of the Gongsun clan, one of the 4 great clans, who spoke with excitement. The entire court was filled with jubilation. The state preceptor of the Great Song Empire was rumored to be a spy for the demon race, nearly seizing control of the entire Song government. Fortunately, the sage intervened, slaying that fiend and preserving Great Song. With a human sage, we need not fear the Stone clan and the Barbarian clan so much. In my view, we could even launch a counteroffensive. For so many years, these 2 clans have ravaged our Tang borders, preying on humans and committing heinous sins. It is time for revenge. They spoke while Liu listened quietly. His thoughts involuntarily drifted to that small courtyard, that library. The emergence of a sage in Great Song coincided precisely with the day his master had departed. Could that sage be his master? His master had said he would be away for a time, and now nearly a month had passed. He should be returning soon. Though he had ascended the throne and wielded imperial authority, his influence was limited. The 4 great clans of Shanjing truly held sway over the Great Tang's fate. The human sovereign had left him little with which to shake these deeply entrenched powers. He did not vie for control. The human sovereign had ruled the realm through merit, and might Liu occupied his position only by the lingering prestige of his predecessor. Yet this was merely the present, not the future. He possessed a hidden ace. The master. If the edifice crumbled and the dynasty fell, he believed the master would not stand idly by. Your Majesty, I beg to lead the army on an expedition against the Stone clan to restore the glory of Great Tang. An elder with blazing eyes stepped forward, bowed to Liu, and spoke. The court's attention turned to him. This was the patriarch of the Gongsun family, one of the 4 great clans. Li Ye's gaze fell upon him. Of the 4 great clans of Xinjiang, only the Yuan family stood by him. The other 3 either sided with the 5th prince of the royal house or harbored their own ambitions. The Gongsun family harbors rebellious intent. Be wary. This counsel came from the strategist the human sovereign had left him. At the far end of the court, an elderly man in Confucian robes stood silently observing the shifting dynamics. This was the advisor left by the human sovereign, also a vice dean of the Imperial Academy.
Expedition against the Stone Clan. Patriarch Gongsun, is this not too rash? The human sovereign has fallen, our nation's fortune is damaged, and the southern barbarians press our borders. If we win, it may be acceptable, but defeat would be a devastating blow from which Great Tang cannot recover.
Another elder in official robes stepped forward, his brow deeply furrowed, as he addressed the Gongsun patriarch. This was the head of another clan, the Murong family. The Gongsun patriarch met his gaze directly.
You speak truly. The human sovereign has fallen, our nation's fortune wanes, morale falters, and barbarians in the south ravage our border cities. But that is precisely why Great Tang needs a victory. The entire realm is despondent, every soul in dread. We need a resounding triumph to restore the people's faith.
He spoke, glancing at the Murong patriarch, then turning to address the assembled ministers. His gaze lingered for a moment on the Confucian-robed elder at the court's rear. Though standing far back, he represented the entire Imperial Academy. It was the Academy's support that had secured Li Ye's throne. Finally, he turned to Li Yu.
Your Majesty, I volunteer as vanguard. The Stone Clan's strength is inferior to humanity's, though legend speaks of an ancient Stone Clan sage hidden beneath the mountains. Now that humanity also has a sage, we need not fear theirs. This is the perfect opportunity to revive Great Tang's prestige. I pledge my life. I will not return without victory.
His words shook the entire court. Li Yu fell silent, gazing at him. The Yuan patriarch was absent, engaged in battle with the southern barbarians. The Situ patriarch had pleaded illness and avoided court. If the Murong patriarch did not object, only he remained. Li Yu glanced at the rear of the court. The Confucian elder gave a slight shake of his head. He focused, then turned back to the Gongsun patriarch with a smile.
Since Patriarch Gongsun is so determined, I naturally consent. The expedition against the Stone Clan to uplift our people's spirit rests on your shoulders. A national expedition is a grave matter. If you need anything, speak freely,
Li Yu declared. Since he had approved it, he would offer full support regardless of the patriarch's private motives. He did not wish merely to be an emperor on the throne, he sought to achieve immortal feats for Great Tang and all humanity. Perhaps even to lead the rise of the entire human race. Though impossible now, he believed it would come true. He possessed a sacred body. In the future, he would truly become the human sovereign who rules the world, perhaps even ascend to sainthood.
Your servant needs only the 3 northern armies and my own Gongsun forces. Your Majesty need only await good news in Xinjiang. I shall breach the Stone Clan's 10th mile territory.
The Gongsun patriarch spoke solemnly. As a heavenly being realm expert, his words carried a trace of heavenly authority echoing through the court.
Granted,
Li Yu replied.
But with only your forces and the northern armies. I, Murong, have over 100,000 troops in the north. I place them under your command.
The Murong patriarch added.
The Imperial Academy will summon formation masters and physicians to accompany the army. Any willing faculty or students may join.
The Confucian elder also spoke.
Excellent.
The Gongsun patriarch replied, his battle intent fierce. Though he harbored private ambitions, this campaign was, as he said, for Great Tang and humanity. Great Tang desperately needed a victory. In the south, the Yuan patriarch's forces were locked in bitter struggle. Countless refugees fled north across millions of miles of famine-stricken land. The northern expedition must succeed. The court adjourned, and edicts issued from the heart of Great Tang stirred the populace.
By imperial decree, northern expedition against the Stone Clan.
A single word moved the realm. In the palace, the Confucian elder found Li Yu standing on the star observation tower, gazing north. None could fathom his thoughts.
Your Majesty.
The elder bowed respectfully. The Imperial Academy was founded by the human sovereign, and many of its members, including its current head, the strongest in Great Tang after the sovereign's death, were his disciples. Grateful to the human sovereign, they naturally rallied behind Liu. As a sacred body, Liu was destined to reach the Dao severing realm and aspire to greater heights. Such an emperor was a boon to Great Tang.
Elder Ming, do you think the northern expedition is right?
Liu asked, his voice betraying no emotion. Yuming paused.
It is both right and wrong. Great Tang's resources cannot sustain a prolonged war. Yet as Gong Sunning said, we urgently need a great victory.
His tone grew grave.
The Stone Clan sage called the Lord of Mountains is said to be a living mountain of unimaginable age. If he intervenes, the expedition will fail. And whether humanity truly has a sage is mere rumor. Even if one exists, can they truly contend with that Lord of Mountains? Your Majesty has been on the throne long enough to know the purges against humanity's ascendance to sainthood. That sage must have paid an unimaginable price. We cannot let such a sage take risks for us. Humanity has lacked a sage for too long. He is our greatest hope. The sage must not fall.
He finished, then looked at Liu only to find his gaze drifting no longer northward, but toward Shengjing City.
Indeed, the sage must not fall.
After a long silence, Liu spoke. He turned to Yu Ming with a faint smile.
Elder Ming, I understand. Please return and convey my regards to the Dean.
Yu Ming was taken aback. Though he had more to say, he saw Li's demeanor, and merely bowed before withdrawing from the star observation tower. On the day before the army's departure, Liu arrived at the western hill. The banyan tree in the courtyard had grown even denser, its sprawling branches casting a broad shadow over a small portion of the yard, leaving patches of cool shade. Through the open gateway, you could see the figure beneath the banyan tree from afar. He was half reclining, holding a book, utterly absorbed in reading. On a small table beside him rested an inkstone and a brush. The brush was dipped in ink, yet not a single drop fell.
Master!
Liu entered the courtyard and bowed respectfully to the figure in the reclining chair. Lin Fan put down the book, casually picked up the tea that had been brewed beside him, took a gentle sip, and then looked at him.
What is it?
Liu took a deep breath and rose.
Master, I wish to know, was the sage who appeared in the Great Song you?
He asked, and as the words left his mouth, an involuntary tension crept into his expression. Though he knew his master was certainly an extraordinary recluse, perhaps no weaker than his imperial father, the thought of a sage was overwhelming. But a sage, a being capable of extending humanity's existence for tens of thousands of years. Especially after learning of the alien race's purges and sieges against human sages, he understood all the more the immense difficulty of birthing a single sage among humanity. He had his suspicions, yet he still wished for confirmation. So he came. Lin Fan looked at him and smiled faintly.
A few days ago, I did take a trip to the Great Song, met a few people, and acquired some books to enrich the library. Now my library truly has some substance to it.
Lin Fan spoke. Though he did not directly answer Liu understood immediately. Lin Fan had admitted it. The sage who appeared in the Great Song was his master. His master was a sage. He could barely contain the excitement surging within him, his body trembled slightly. He knew too well what a sage meant for the Great Tang and humanity in this era. It was no different from tearing a rift of light in the midst of utter darkness, granting them a glimpse of hope. The Great Tang was plagued by the barbarian and stone tribes, and the situation in the other 9 provinces of humanity was not necessarily better comparatively. The Great Tang was actually fortunate. Humanity was facing the calamity of extinction. A single sage might not be enough to truly elevate humanity, but it could extricate them from the crisis of annihilation. Lin Fan looked at him and gently shook his head.
This world is vast. What the eyes can see is not the entirety. Beyond the heavens there are other heavens. Always hold reverence for this world.
Lin Fan said. He commanded the myriad Great Daos, and had further evolved the Chaos Dao, gaining some understanding of matters beyond this heaven. Though he could not see clearly, he already knew that the Xuanhuang Great World was not the only great world. Drawing on some experiences from his past life, Were not those fantasy worlds fond of nesting dolls? After ascending to the pinnacle and stepping beyond this realm, one might realize they were merely a frog at the bottom of a well. So-called supreme beings in one world were merely the lowest existence in another. Li Yu's expression stiffened upon hearing this, then turned solemn.
Master Li Yu understands.
Those sages were mighty. The Xuanhuang great world housed myriad races. Among peak clans, like the demon spirit and feather races, there were not only sages, but even great sages and quasi-emperors. His master was telling him not to confine his vision to the Great Tang or humanity, but to look upon the entire Xuanhuang great world. As a ruler of men, he must harbor the ambition to lead humanity's rise. He should not focus only on the immediate. Lin Fan looked at him and nodded. Truly a teachable pupil. Cultivation hinges on stability. The path of caution endures, like eternal night. Those who leap the highest always die the fastest. The great sage realm is still far from sufficient.
Then, Master, how do you view the Great Tang's current northern expedition? The southern border is under pressure from the barbarian tribes and already mired in bitter conflict. Would launching the northern campaign now be too hasty?
Li Yu asked again. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a smile.
I am merely a scholar. I know nothing of worldly affairs. You are the sovereign of the Great Tang. If you believe it right, then it is right. Since you have already decided on the northern expedition, you should not ask me this question. Throughout history, there has never been a war without cause. Once war has begun, one should not question its legitimacy. As a ruler, you must possess the momentum to unite the feudal lords and bring order to the realm.
Lin Fan said. This young monarch harbored great ambitions, but was overly cautious whether in court or in warfare. Not that such caution was entirely bad. Previous sovereigns, including the former human emperor of the Great Tang, had acted similarly. He was merely continuing their legacy, and achieving what he had so far was already no small feat. After all, humanity was weak. Striking a rock with an egg was inadvisable. Li Yu was deeply shaken by these words, as if comprehending something, and bowed to Lin Fan.
Li Yu understands.
Then, taking another deep breath, he asked the question he most wanted answered on this visit.
The Stone Tribe has a lord of the myriad mountains, an ancient sage with unimaginable power. Li Yu wishes to know, if the lord of the myriad mountains descends one day, can Master withstand him?
The northern expedition could only achieve minor victories. If it were a great victory that harmed the Stone Tribe's foundation, they would surely awaken the lord of the myriad mountains, a force beyond mortal power to contend with. But to exhaust the nation's strength and expend all the northern border's resources for a mere minor victory, he could not accept it. This was also why humanity had never dared to launch a full-scale invasion into alien territories. The last time the Prince of Xuanhuang invaded the barbarian tribes, it led to their annihilation with rumors that a barbarian sage had intervened.
Lord of the myriad mountains.
Lin Fan was momentarily startled. He gazed northward toward the Great Tang's northern border. A trace of chaotic chi swirled in his pupils, and the world opened wide before his eyes. Invisible chains of law trembled layer upon layer, pressing down on Lin Fan. Li Yu felt a shudder run through his body, and even his soul, as if some great terror had descended, poised to erase him from existence at any moment.
Master!
He stammered, not knowing what was happening. The only one he could turn to for help was his master. Lin Fan's gaze pierced through space, falling upon that land humanity had yet to tread, and he saw the towering mountains and countless stone tribesmen. As if sensing his scrutiny amidst those mountains, a pair of enormous pupils opened. The mere act of opening its eyes caused a tremor that shook the earth and mountains.
Who?
A deep voice, like the groan of the entire earth. In an instant the sensation of being spied upon vanished, as if it had never been, but the Lord of the myriad mountains saw trails of law force yet to dissipate. A tremor surged within his massive pupils. A mere glimpse had stirred the forces of law. Who was the owner of this gaze? Could it be those beings from the demon or spirit races? As for humanity, he had never considered it. 100,000 years ago, he might still have feared them, but the humanity of today had long ceased to be worthy of his notice. In the small courtyard, Lin Fan withdrew his gaze and looked at Liu. The chaotic aura dissipated, and the chains of law receded, allowing Liu to finally breathe again.
The Lord of the Myriad Mountains is indeed extraordinary, but he will not obstruct the northern expedition.
Before Liu could ask, Lin Fan spoke. Liu's expression trembled.
Go,
Lin Fan said.
Do as you wish. A ruler must possess the majesty of a sovereign. What the Great Tang needs is not a caretaker king. What humanity needs is a ruler who can open a new era for 10,000 generations.
Lin Fan spoke. Liu nodded, bowed deeply to Lin Fan, and departed. The northern expedition against the Stone Clan had taken away many of Shengjing's strong cultivators, and the young prodigies from noble families had followed suit, leaving the entire capital in a state of desolation.
Another group has left.
Within the Yuan mansion, Yuan Nanyue watched her elder brothers depart with their uncles and aunts, then gazed at the empty hall, her eyes dim with sorrow. The war in the southern borderlands against the barbarian tribes had drained the Yuan mansion of its mightiest warriors, and now the northern expedition had taken yet another batch, leaving this ancient lineage of millennia somewhat barren. If even the Yuan mansion was reduced to such a state, other noble families fared even worse. Those with high cultivation and talent had all departed, leaving behind only those of meager ability and low cultivation to preserve the family bloodline.
Sister Chinga, where are you?
She looked beyond the Yuan mansion, and a resolute light gradually kindled in her eyes. In that moment, the innocent and carefree maiden seemed to have grown up. Within the cloud pavilion, amidst the ethereal notes of a zither, each person turned their gaze toward the silhouette in the music chamber, their eyes swirling with a myriad of emotions: desolation, defiance, determination.
It's just us now.
Someone spoke, and as if struck by a chord of resonance, many clenched their fists. They were the ones of low talent and shallow cultivation left behind to ensure the continuation of their bloodlines.
I cannot bear to live like this any longer. They are all out there fighting for humanity, while we cower in Xuanhuang for the sake of so-called legacy. I've had enough of this ignoble existence. Since they are gone, it falls upon us to uphold the family, to uphold Xuanhuang. Before, our talent was insufficient, but now...
They fixed their gaze upon that slender figure, their faces set with unwavering resolve. From that day forth they trained with unprecedented fervor, day and night, each harboring a burning determination to carve a sky for the Great Tang and for humanity. Inside the music chamber, Qingge entered a state of enlightenment through her zither notes. In the music, she sensed the shifting emotions of the crowd, and gradually her own melody began to ripple with emotional undertones. The monochrome realm of the zither now bloomed with the hues of sentiment.
Master, I understand now,
she murmured within her heart. Her cultivation silently broke through, and a smile curled upon her lips. The great path of life encompasses far more than mere birth and death. There exist things that transcend both. In the starry hall of the Tang Palace, Liu was surrounded by blazing flames, enduring bitter cultivation. The more he learned, the more he grasped the dire straits of humanity. Indeed, with the Master's presence, humanity could barely cling to existence. But as the Master said, a ruler must not merely think of survival, he must contemplate how to let humanity stand tall and proud in this Xuanhuang great world. That was also his father's long-cherished wish. He must grow stronger. In the small courtyard of the library pavilion, Lin Fan's face lit up with a smile.
The seeds I sowed have finally taken root and sprouted. Grow quickly,
he murmured, then picked up another book to read. To the south of the Great Tang, at the borderlands clashing with the barbarian tribes, a pervasive stench of blood drifted across heaven and earth, with countless corpses strewn across mountains and plains. Countless battles had been waged here. Humanity continuously poured troops into this region, and the barbarians did the same. It was like a meat grinder ceaselessly devouring lives on both sides.
Whoosh!
As wind swept over the blood-stained ridges, several figures burst forth from concealment, their target fixed on a young human cultivator meditating with closed eyes in a mountain hollow.
Daring to cultivate here, you're asking for death.
5 barbarians closed in from multiple directions, encircling the young human. Their great axes swung, stirring up a bloody gale. Such ambushes had become second nature to them. They were well versed in this tactic. But this time was different. In the past their prey would sense their approach and show terror. This young man, however, seemed oblivious, his eyes still shut, utterly immersed in cultivation. Was he so arrogant as to let his guard down on a battlefield between two races? Yet the next moment they understood. Shriek! As they closed within 3 feet of the young man, a sword's cry suddenly rang in their ears, followed by a flash of blinding light. It was as if lightning had split the night sky, then came a searing crimson. The 5 barbarians clutched their throats, staring in horror at the youth in the hollow.
Divine platform stage.
So it wasn't arrogance. He simply hadn't deemed them worthy of notice.
361.
Qin Ming gazed coldly at the fallen barbarians, then looked toward the increasingly blood-red sky before melting back into the vast darkness. Rain began to fall, a torrential downpour that lashed the world with fury, as if trying to wash away all the bloodshed of the two-race battlefield. After several large-scale campaigns, the war between the two races gradually devolved into a game of attrition. The 1,000-mile border region became a chessboard, with both sides continuously sending in warriors to engage in ceaseless slaughter. It was a war of consumption. Whoever broke first would lose. Some time later, 5 more barbarians arrived at the hollow. Seeing the corpses of their kin, their expressions darkened.
He got away again!
One of them spoke. The barbarians differed from humans in their far taller stature, averaging nearly 2 meters, along with fangs extending from both corners of their mouths and thick body hair. They lacked the civilization of humans, adhering to a totemic clan system, worshipping their so-called great sage of the barbarians, and were organized into various tribes.
Still a single slash to the throat. He seems even stronger. It's only been a few days.
Another barbarian crouched, sensing the lingering sword intent in the air, his face etched with gravity.
Your Highness, to be safe, we should summon the White Wolf squad. With Bata leading them, we'll surely capture and kill him.
He looked up at the barbarian at the rear, his voice solemn. The other 3 barbarians made way, allowing that one to step forward. Most barbarians were scantily clad, merely covering their bodies with rough hides exuding wildness. But this one was different. He wore a finely tailored beast hide garment. He stared at the fallen barbarian corpses, his face barely containing his fury.
Just a mere human at the first level of the divine platform stage, and 4 of you at the same level couldn't handle him. By the time the White Wolf squad arrives, hell have fled. This is a human prodigy. We cannot let him return alive. He must die.
With that he turned and strode away. The 4 barbarians exchanged glances and followed.
Protect His Highness,
the leader ordered, and the other 3 nodded. Nevertheless, he activated the communication talisman in his hand, summoning the most formidable barbarian squad in the area, the White Wolf squad. The captain of the White Wolf squad was a barbarian at the divine ability stage, a commander of 10,000 or even a legion in the barbarian camp. Dealing with a mere first-level divine platform human should be more than sufficient.